Shalom, people. This is New Jersey Ride. I'm Brother D.I.K. It is Friday, 4:30 in the morning. You already know what it is, so I ain't even gonna say it. You know what I'm doing. Shout outs to everybody who's doing this. Ride sharing. I appreciate you. Provide a hell of a service. Thank you for riding with me, those of you who are riding. Shout outs to all cab drivers, limo drivers, bus drivers, train engineers and conductors, airline pilots, truck drivers, the hard flow of the blood flow of the country. Turn right on Jorel Street. Shout outs to everybody at FedEx, UPS, Amazon, and the post office. Everybody at the Wawas and the Quick Checks and every other convenience store, whatever it is in your area, and all the 24-hour gas stations. Just ahead. Anyway, we're picking up, so I'm gonna mute up for a minute. I get right back to you. Pick up Jose. Throw on some biblical smoke. They're not even on. Morning. Head to your drop off at 225 Manchester Place.
quarter mile, turn right on Verona Avenue using the right lane. Turn right on Verona Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Highland Avenue. Turn right on Highland Avenue. Drop off Jose on the right. Drop off Jose on the right.
Inside?
That's okay.
Right here's good?
Yeah.
You're welcome very much. Buen dia.
Head to your pickup at 48 North 16th Street. In a quarter mile, turn left on Montclair Avenue.
Joe Rogan Experience. Bitch.
Turn left on Montclair Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on Lake Street. Turn right on Lake Street.
A retirement plan, or anything like it?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my day, all day.
For educational purposes only, I don't know that I can do this, but I'm gonna.
He looks jacked, right? Yeah, but he's like quick. Like, he got jacked at age like 50, at age 59 in less than a year. He went from pencil-necky to looking like like the Rock. Yeah, like a little miniature alpha fella. Yeah, like his neck got bigger than his head. Yeah, but then like his earlier pictures, his neck's like a noodle. I support this activity. I like to see him going in this direction, which is fine, and his voice dropped like 2 octaves. I want you to move in that direction as well.
I think we
Okay.
can achieve this.
I mean, I should.
I think we can achieve
Oh,
Giga Chad. That's what people called it.
where is that guy?
People? I don't know where he is.
That's like a real guy.
The artist? Yeah.
No,
Giga Chad. Oh, Giga Chad. No, it's not possible to achieve. But it's not possible to maintain that kind of leanness.
No.
That's a
I mean,
crazy
that's
leanness.
like you're also at that point you're there. He's dehydrating and all sorts of things.
Oh, it's based on a real person.
Yeah, basically. Yes.
Right, but it's not a real person.
What does he really look like?
Those images, I think, are bullshit. Some of them. Is that real? Okay, that looks real. Those are really jacked bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks real. Like, that's achievable. But there's a few of those images where you're just like, what's going on?
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, you see that guy, is that the
That's the real dude.
well, there's that Icelandic dude who's tall.
Oh, yeah, the guy who jumps in the frozen lakes and shit.
Well,
Yeah.
the guy from the mountain.
Oh, that guy.
That is
Yeah.
that is like that is like a mutant strong human.
Yes.
Like he would be in like the X-Men or something.
We were
I mean,
hanging out.
He's just like not like and then and there's that, you know, that I've seen that meme, tent and tent bag.
No.
You know, like it's really hard to get the tent in the
Oh,
tent.
right. That's
Then
true.
there's a picture of him and his girlfriend.
Oh,
with
right.
it's a
That bag.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know how it gets in there. You know, it's like it seems too small.
I met Shaw. Brian Shaw is like the world's powerful man, and he's almost 7 feet tall. He's 400 pounds, and his bone density is 1 in 500 million people. So there's one. It's like there's like maybe 16 people. He's an enormous human being,
Okay.
like a legitimate giant, just like that guy.
Yeah.
But we met him. He was hanging out with us in the green room of the mothership. It's like, okay, if this was like David and Goliath days, like,
Yeah.
this is an actual giant. Like
Yes.
the giants of the Bible.
Once in a while they get a super giant person.
This is a real
Yeah.
like not a tall, skinny basketball player.
Yeah.
Like a
It's
7
just-
foot 400-pound power lifter.
Like you don't want to,
Look
especially
at him. That's the guy. See if there's a photo of him standing next to like a regular human. There it is.
yeah.
That's him right there.
Like there's like one of him with next to standing next to Arnold.
Yeah.
Where everyone just looks tiny. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool dude actually.
Oh, Brian's very cool. Very smart
Yeah.
too. Unusually, you expect anybody to be that big. It's gotta be a moron.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. There's Under the Giant was awesome.
Yeah.
Great Princess Bride.
No, he was just awesome. Period.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this interview with Sam Altman and Tucker, and I was like, we should probably just talk about this on air. It is one of the craziest interviews I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Where Tucker starts bringing up this guy who was
Whistleblower or whatever.
Whistleblower,
Yeah.
who committed suicide, but doesn't look like it. And he's talking to Sam Altman about this, and Sam Altman's like, "Are you accusing me?" He's like, "No, I'm not. I'm just saying I think someone killed him."
Yeah. And it should be investigated.
Yeah. It seems like
They just dropped the case. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it
his
seems
parents
like
think he was murdered.
Yeah.
The wires to a security camera were cut.
Blood in 2 rooms.
Blood into a room. Someone else's wig was in the room.
Someone else's wig.
Wig.
Yes. Not
Not his
normal.
wig.
Not normal to have a wig laying around.
Yes. And he ordered DoorDash right before allegedly committing suicide.
Yeah.
Which seems unusual.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna order pizza on seconds. I'll tell myself. It seems like that's a very rapid change in mindset.
It's very weird, and especially the parents they don't believe he committed suicide at all.
He has no note or anything.
No. It seems pretty fucked up. And, you know, the idea that a whistleblower for an enormous AI company that's worth billions of dollars might get whacked, that's not outside the pale.
I mean, straight out of a movie.
Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right?
It's a little weird that I think they should do a proper investigation. Like, what's the downside on that proper investigation?
Right. No,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
But the whole exchange is so bizarre.
Yeah. It is.
Sam Altman's reaction to being accused of murder is bizarre.
Look, I don't know if he's guilty, but it's not possible to look more guilty. So I'm like,
Or look more weird.
yeah.
You know, maybe it's just his social thing. Like maybe he's just odd with confrontation and it just goes blank. You know? But if somebody was accusing me of killing Jamie, like if Jamie was a whistleblower and Jamie got whacked, and then I'd be like, wait, are you accusing me of killing my friend? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I would be a little bit more irate.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be a little upset.
It'd be like, well, you'd certainly insist on a thorough investigation.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume that he committed suicide. I would be suspicious if Tucker was telling me that aspect of the story. I'd be like, that does seem like a murder. Fuck, we should look into this.
I mean, all signs point to it being a murder. Not saying, Sam Altman had anything to do with murder, but
Blood in 2 rooms.
But blood in 2 rooms. There's the wireless security camera and the DoorDash being ordered right before suicide. No suicide note. His parents think he was murdered, and the people that I know who knew him said he was not suicidal. So I'm like, why would you jump to the conclusion?
Trunk releases on the trunk above the number 39.
The Suns landlord alleged the owners and managers of their San Francisco apartment building were part of a widespread cover-up.
The landlord?
Packages missing from the buildings. People said they saw packages still being delivered, and all of a sudden they all disappeared.
But that could be. People steal people's packages all the time.
The Porch Pirate situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the amount of trauma those poor parents have gone through.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
God bless them. And stay safe. They're probably so grief-stricken. Who knows what they believe at this point?
Yeah. He should have asked if absolutely himself.
That's the cash hotel.
Where's the camera?
Where's the camera?
Where's the camera?
Trying to convince everybody of that.
Use your seatbelt for your safety.
The guards weren't there, and the camera stopped working. And
The guards were asleep. The cameras weren't working. He had a giant steroided up bodybuilder guy that he was sharing a cell with that was a murderer, who was a bad cop. Like, all of it's kind of nuts.
Right on 7th Avenue.
Like that he would just kill himself rather than reveal all of his billionaire friends.
yeah.
And then,
What about this?
I did. Chris Cuomo just looks so stupid. Tim just, and he's like, I agree, it is strange. Like, of course it's strange, Chris. Jesus Christ. You can't just go with the tide. You gotta think
Excuse
things
me.
through. And if you think that one through, you're like, I don't think he killed himself. Nobody does. You have to work for an intelligence agency to think he killed himself.
It does seem unlikely.
It seems highly all roads point to murder.
Yes.
Point to they had to get rid of him because he knew too much. Whatever the fuck he was doing.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of an asset he was. Whatever thing he was up to. Was apparently very effective. And a lot of people were compromised. See, your boy Bill Gates.
Right on Roseville Avenue.
Relax, everybody. Look out of here for the last decade and a half, but we're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Just ahead
I
to
mean,
your left on Gold Place.
As I was saying just before coming into the studio, like every day there's some crazy, wild new thing that's happening. It's like, it feels like reality's accelerating.
It's every day, and every day it's like more and more ridiculous to the point where the simulation is more and more undeniable.
Yeah, it really feels like simulation. It's like
Come on, what are the odds that this could be the case?
Are you paying attention at all to 3i Atlas? Are you?
Oh, the comment?
Yeah. Whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can say is like, if I
Left on Oak Place.
was aware of any evidence of aliens, Joe, you have my word. I will come on your show, and I will reveal it on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty
I
good.
believe you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate
I'll stick. I keep my phone. So,
All right.
yeah.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
And I'm never committing suicide, to be clear. I am never committing suicide.
Never. If someone says you commit suicide, I will fight tooth and nail. I will fight tooth and nail. I will not believe it. I will not believe it. The thing about the 3i Atlas is it's
a whole game, actually.
Yeah, it sounds like a third eye. Yeah, it does. 3i is the third. It's only the third interstellar object it's detected.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Avi Loeb's on the podcast a couple days ago talking about it.
Yeah.
And, apparently today they're saying that it's changed course. Did you see that, Jamie? Avi Loeb said something today. I'll send it to you. I know it's on Reddit. Here you go, check. It's fascinating. It's fascinating also because it's made almost entirely of nickel, whatever it is. And the only way that exists here is industrial alloys, apparently.
There are definitely planets and asteroids that are made primarily of nickel. I think yeah, so the places where mine nickel on Earth is actually where there was an asteroid on that hit Earth that was nickel rich.
Nickel-rich deposit.
Yeah, that's it's coming. Those are from impact. So you definitely didn't want to be there at the time because everything would have been obliterated.
Right.
But that's where the sources of nickel and cobalt are.
So this is a few hours ago, the first hint of non-gravitational acceleration, that something other than gravity is affecting its acceleration, meaning something is affecting its trajectory beyond gravity was indicated. Interesting. Dum, dum, dum. So it's mostly nickel, very little iron, which he was saying is on Earth. It only exists in alloys.
Right on the
But
highway.
whatever, you're dealing with another planet.
There are cases where there's very nickel rich asteroids meteor that happens
for something from space.
Yeah, it's only it doesn't mean it'll be very sort of heavy spaceship to be making a lot of nickel.
Oh yeah. And
so,
fucking huge, the size of Manhattan and all nickel. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's a heavy spaceship.
That's a real problem if it hits.
Yes. No, we would like to obliterate a continent.
Yeah.
Maybe worse.
Well, that'll probably kill most of human life. If not all of us.
I haven't it depends on what the total mass is, but there's the thing is that, like in the fossil record there are there's like arguably 5 major extinction events. Like the biggest one of which is the Permian extinction, where almost all life was eliminated. That actually occurred over several million years. There's the Jurassic is, I think that one's pretty definitively an asteroid. But there's been 5 major extinction events. But what they don't count are really the ones that merely take out a continent. So that
Merely?
Yeah, because those don't really show up on the fossil record,
Right.
So unless it's enough to cause a mass extinction event throughout Earth, it doesn't show up, in a fossil record that's 200 million years old. So but there've been many impacts that have destroyed whole life. Just say half of America or something. There are many such events through the course of history.
Yeah, and there's nothing we can do about it right now.
Yeah, there was one that one that hit Siberia and destroyed, I think, 300 square miles.
Oh, that's the Tunguska.
Yeah,
that's the one from the 1920s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that coincides with that meteor, that comets storm that we go through every June and every November that they think is responsible for that Younger Dryas impact.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit's crazy. Thank you, before we go any further, for letting us have a tour of SpaceX.
You're welcome.
letting us be there for the rocket launch. One of the absolute coolest things I've ever seen in my life. And we thought it was only like, I thought it was a half mile. Jamie's like, it's a mile away. Turned out it's almost 2 miles away. And you feel it in your chest.
Yes.
You have to wear
Very
earplugs
intense.
and you feel it in your chest and it's 2 miles away.
Yeah.
It was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And then to go with you up into the command center and to watch all the Starlink satellites with all the different cameras and all in real time as it made its way all the way to Australia. How many minutes? Like 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
Wild. Watch it touch down in Australia.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
The Starship's awesome. And anyone can go watch the South Padre Island. It's great. So it's like we're on Bakersfield. But we're flying pretty frequently at a Starbase in South Texas, and we formally incorporated it as a city. So it's actually an actual legal city, Starbase, Texas. It's not that often you hear like, "Hey, we made a city." That used to be like in the old days, like a startup would be you go and gather a bunch of people and say, "Hey, let's go make a town." Literally,
Right.
that would have been startups in the old days.
Or a country.
Yeah, or a country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you tried doing that today, there'd be a real problem.
Yeah, that's
Like,
that
maybe
makes it so much set in stone on the country front.
You might be able to pull it off. You might be able to pull it off. If you got a solid island, you might be able to pull it off. You know,
it's this probably.
you know, like at Larry
making your
Ellison,
country.
Lanai.
Yeah, you could.
Is this it right here?
You put enough effort into it, you could make a new country.
This is one of the different ones. This is one of the ones that you catch, right? Or is that one?
Yeah, that's the booster. So that's the super heavy booster. So that's one with the booster's got 33 engines. And it's by version 4 that will have about 10,000 tons of thrust. Right now it's about 8,000 tons of thrust. That's the largest flying object ever made.
I had to explain to someone that they were going, "Why you blow up all the time? You're so smart." Because there was this fucking idiot on television. Some guy was being interviewed and they were talking about you, and he goes, "Oh, I think he's a fuckwit." And he goes, "He's a fuckwit." And he goes, "Why do you say he's a fuckwit?" "Oh, his rockets keep blowing up." And someone said, "Yeah, why do his rockets blow up?" And I had to explain because it's the only way you find out what tolerances are. You have to
explore one of the bombs. So like when you do a rocket development program, you have to do what's called exploring the limits, the corners of the box, where you say it's like worst case this, worst case that, to figure out where the limits are. So you blow up, not admittedly in the development process, sometimes it blows up accidentally, but we intentionally subject it to a flight regime that is much worse than what we expect in normal flight, so that when we put people on board or valuable cargo, it doesn't blow up. So for example, for the flight control, we actually deliberately took heat shield tiles off the ship, off of Starship, in some of the worst locations, to say, okay, if we lose a heat shield tile here, is it catastrophic? Is it not? And nonetheless, Starship was able to do a soft landing in the Indian Ocean, just west of Australia, which is, I got there from Texas in like 35, 40 minutes.
So it landed even though you put it through this situation where it was compromised you.
It had an unusually, we brought it in hot, like an extra hot trajectory with missing tiles. To see if it would still make it to a soft landing, which it did. Now, I should point out, there were some holes that were burnt into it, but it was robust enough to land despite having some holes burnt into it. Because it's coming in like a blazing meteor. You can see the real time video.
Well, tell me the speed again, because the speed was bananas. You were talking about
it's like 17,000 miles an hour. We'll call it like 25 times the speed of sound or thereabouts. So so it went like this, like 12 times faster than a bullet from a assault rifle. Both assault rifles were around enough to.
And it's huge.
Yeah. Compared to like a 45 or 9mm, which is subsonic. That's it'll be about 30 times faster.
30 times faster than a bullet from a handgun. Yeah. It's so wild. It's so exciting. The factory is so exciting too, because like felt like I was witnessing history. I felt like it was a scene in a movie where someone had expectations, and they like, what are they doing? They're building rockets, and you go there. And as we were walking through, Jamie, you can speak to this too. Didn't you have the feeling where you're like, oh, this is way bigger than I thought it was. This is
It's gigantic.
fucking crazy.
That's what she said.
The amount of rockets you're making.
This thing's stupid.
No,
He's
It's a
stupid
giant
as that.
metal dick. Universe with your giant metal dick.
Yeah, I mean, it is very dope.
And the sheer numbers of them that you guys are making. And then this is a version, and you have a new updated version that's coming soon. And what is that?
Yes, it's a little longer.
More pointy?
It's the same amount of pointing, but it's got a bit more length. The interstage, you see that the interstage section with kind of like the grill area, that's now integrated with the boost stage. We do what's called hot staging, where we light the ship engines while it's still attached to the booster. So the booster engines are still thrusting, it's still being pushed forward by the booster of the ship. But then we light the ship engines, and the ship engines actually pull away from the booster, even though the booster engines are still firing. So it's blasting flame through that grill section. But we integrate the grill section into the boost stage with the next version of the rocket. The next version of the rocket will have the Raptor 3 engines, which are a huge improvement. You may have seen them in the lobby. So we got like the Raptor 1, 2, and 3, and you can see the dramatic improvement in velocity. We should probably put a plaque there to also show how much we reduced the weight, the cost, and improved the efficiency and the thrust.
Come on, man, drive.
Raptor 3 has
How are you doing?
almost twice the thrust of Raptor. So you see Raptor 3, it looks like it's got parts missing, right?
And
It's very, very clean.
how many of them are on?
There's 33 on the booster. And each Raptor engine is producing twice as much thrust as all 4 engines on a 747. So that engine is smaller than a 747 engine that is producing, almost 10 times the thrust of a 747 engine. So extremely high power to weight ratio.
And so when
33 of them.
when you're designing these, you get to Raptor 1, you see its efficiency, you see where you can improve it, you get to Raptor 2. How far can you scale this up with just the same sort of technology, propellant, ignition, and engines? Like how much further can you?
We're pushing the limits of physics here. And really, in order to make a fully reusable orbital rocket, which no one has succeeded in doing yet, including this,
Like economy axis or premier axis, sir?
Not design that got made any difficult. We live on a planet where the gravity is quite high. Like Earth's gravity is quite high. And if the gravity was even 10 or 20% higher, we'd be stuck on Earth forever. We're not used to measure rockets yet, like blow yourself off the surface with like crazy. So on the other hand, if Earth's gravity was just a little lower, like even 10-20% lower, then getting to so it's like if this was a video game, it's set to like maximum difficulty, but not impossible. Okay. So that's where we have here. So it's not as though others have ignored the concept of reusability. It just concluded that it was too difficult to achieve. And we've been working on this for a long time at SpaceX. And
Drop off Cornell on
you
the
know, I'm
left.
a chief engineer of the company. Although I should say that you know, we're an extremely talented engineering team. I think we've got the best rocket engineering team that has ever been assembled. It's an honor to work with such incredible people. So
Come on, man. Come on, man.
You know, we have not yet succeeded in achieving full reusability, but we at last have a rocket where
All right, brother. Travel
full
safe.
reusability is possible.
Get back home safe.
And I think we'll achieve it next year. So that's a really big deal. And the reason that's such a big deal is that full reusability drops the cost of access to space by 100. Maybe even more than 100 actually. So it could be like 1,000. You can think of it like any mode of transport. Like imagine if aircraft were not reusable. Like you flew somewhere, you throw the plane at. Like imagine like the way conventional rockets work is it would be like you have an airplane and instead of landing at your destination, you parachute out and the plane crashes somewhere and you land at your and you land in a parachute at your destination. Now that would be a very expensive trip. and you need another plane to get back. But that's how the other rockets in the world work. Now the SpaceX Falcon rocket is the only one that's at least mostly reusable. You've seen the Falcon rocket, you know, land. We've now done over 500 landings of the SpaceX rocket. And this year, you know, we'll deliver probably, I don't know, somewhere between 2,200 and 2,500 tons to orbit with the Falcon Heavy rockets, not counting anything from Starship.
And this is mostly Starlink?
Yes, mostly Starlink, but we launched many other. We even launched our competitors on competitors to Starlink on Falcon, which are at the same price. But SpaceX this year will deliver roughly 90% of all Earth mass to and then of the remaining 10%, most of that is done in China, and then the remaining roughly 4% is everyone else in the world, including our American domestic competitors.
You know, it's kind of incredible how many things are in space. Like how many things are floating above us. Like, is there a saturation? Right. But is there a saturation point where we're going to have problems with all these different satellites? Or
I think there's some satellites are maintained. They'll be fine. Space is very roomy. It's like you can think of like space as being concentric shells of the surface of the Earth. So you know that it's the surface of the Earth, but there's a series of large. Yeah, it's like a series of concentric shells.
And think of an Airstream trailer flying around. There's a lot of room for Airstreams.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if there's just a few thousand Airstreams on Earth. Yeah, what are the odds that they'd hit each other?
It would be very crowded.
Yeah,
and then you got to go bigger.
Yeah,
because you're dealing with far above Earth, hundreds of miles above Earth.
Yeah. So it's but the goal of SpaceX is to get rocket technology to the point where we can extend life beyond Earth, and that we can establish a self-sustaining city on Mars, a permanent base on the moon. That'd be very cool. I mean, imagine if we had like a moon base Alpha, where there's like a permanent science base on the moon.
That'd be pretty dope. Or at least a tourist trap.
I mean,
a lot of people would be willing to go to the moon for a tour.
That's for sure.
Just
I would probably pay for our space program with that.
Probably, yeah. Well,
because it's like if you could go to the moon with and safely, I think we get a lot of people would pay for that.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
After the first year, after nobody died.
Yeah, just make sure. Exactly. Are you going to come back?
Because like that submarine, they had a bunch of successful launches in that private submarine before it exploded and killed everybody.
That was not a good design.
It was a very bad design.
Terrible design.
And the engineer said it would not withstand the pressure of those depths. Like there was a lot of whistleblowers in that company too.
Yeah, they made that out of carbon fiber, which doesn't make any sense because you need to be dense to go down. In any case, just make it out of steel. Make it out of instead of just a big steel casting. You'll be safe.
Why would they make it out of carbon fiber then? Is it cheaper?
I think carbon fiber sounds cool or something.
It does sound.
It sounds cool, but because it's such low density, you actually have to add extra mass to go down because it's low density. But if you just have a giant, solid ball bearing, you're going to be fine.
Speaking of carbon fiber, did you check out my unplugged Tesla out there?
Yeah, it's cool.
Pretty sick.
Right.
Yeah. Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that? Like having like an AMG division of Tesla where you do like custom stuff?
Get ready to relax with stress-free banking and credit. Feel the tension melt away with a checking account that's 100.
I think it's best to leave that to the custom shops. We're like Tesla's focus is autonomous cars. Building kind of futuristic autonomous cars. I think we want the future to look like the future. Did you see designs for like the sort of the robotic bus? It looks pretty cool.
The robotic bus is also being totally autonomous.
We need to actually figure out the good name for it. Like I think called the road bus, or it's no good. It's like pretty cool thing, but it looks cool. It's just very Art Deco. It's like futuristic Art Deco. I think we want to change the aesthetic over time. You don't want the aesthetic to be constant over time. You want to evolve the aesthetic. Like I was saying, who's like, he's like even more artistic than me, but he has these great observations.
Who's this?
Saxon. He has these great observations in the world because he just views the world through a different lens than most people. And he is like, Dad, why does the world look like it's 2015? I'm like, damn, the world does look like it's 2015. Like the aesthetic has not evolved since 2015.
Oh, that's what it looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's like
you'd want to see that going down the road,
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, we're in the future. It doesn't look like 2015.
What is that ancient science fiction movie? Like one of the first science fiction movies ever. Is it Metropolis? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like it belongs in Metropolis.
Yeah. It's a futuristic Art Deco.
Well, that's cool that you're concentrating on the aesthetic. I mean, that's kind of the whole deal with Cybertruck, right? Like, it didn't have to look like that.
No, I just wanted to have something that looked really different.
Is it a pain in the ass for people to get it insured because it's all solid steel?
I hope it's not too much. Tesla does offer insurance, so people can always get it insured at Tesla. It is the form does fall function in the case of the Cybertruck because, as you demonstrated with your armor-piercing arrow, because if you shot that arrow at a regular truck,
it would go right through it.
Yeah, exactly. You would have found your arrow in the wall.
Yeah.
It would have gone through.
At least it would have buried it to one of the seats.
Yeah. But like you could definitely make it. Get enough of bow velocity and the right arrow would go through both doors of a regular truck and land in the wall.
If there was a clear shot between both doors, it probably would have passed right through.
Exactly. But the arrow shattered on the Cybertruck because it's ultra hot stainless.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it'd be cool to have a truck that is bulletproof to a subsonic projectile. Especially this day and age, it's like if the apocalypse happens, you're going to want to have a bulletproof truck, So then because it's made of ultra hot stainless, you can't just stamp the panels. Like you can't just put it in a stamping press because it breaks the press. So in order to actually, it has to be planar because it's so difficult to bend because it breaks the machine that bends it. That's why it's so planar, and it's not it's because it's bulletproof steel.
Right. So it is like boxy as opposed to like curved and.
Yeah, you just in order to make like the curved shapes, you take basically mild steel like anneals, thin anneal in a regular truck car. You take mild thin anneal steel, you put it in a stamping press, and it just smushes it and makes it whatever shape you want. But the Cybertruck is made of ultra hot stainless, and so you can't stamp it because it would break the stamping press. So even to bend it to its current position, we have to way overbend it. And so it gets so that when it springs back, it's in the right position. So it's I don't know, like I think if you want to, like, I think it's a unique aesthetic. And you say, well, what's cool about a truck? Trucks are like, should be, I don't know, manly. They should be macho, you know. And bulletproof is maximum.
Are you
yeah.
married to that shape now? Like, is it? Can you do anything to change it? Like, as you get further, like I know you guys updated the 3 and the Y. Did you update the Y as well?
Yes, the 3 and the Y are updated. You know, there's like a there's a screen in the back that the kids can watch, for example, in the new 3 and Y. So in the new Y, there's, you know, there's like hundreds of improvements. Like, we keep improving the car, and even the Cybertruck, we keep improving it. But you know, I wanted to just do something that looked unique, and the Cybertruck looks unique and has unique functionality. And there were 3 things I was aiming for. It's like, let's make it bulletproof. Let's make it faster than a Porsche 911. And we actually cleared the quarter mile. The Cybertruck can clear a quarter mile while towing a Porsche 911 faster than a Porsche 911. It can out-tow an F-350 diesel.
Really?
Yeah.
What is the tow limitations?
I mean, we could tow like a 747 in that with the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck is an insanely it is alien technology. Okay, because it shouldn't be possible to be that big and that fast. That doesn't. It's like an elephant that runs as like a cheetah.
Yeah, because it's 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's enormous. What does it weigh? Like 7,000 pounds?
Yeah, this is different configurations, but it's about that. It's a beast.
Yeah.
So it's got 4-wheel steering. So the rear wheel steer too. So it's got a very tight tuning radius.
Yeah, we noticed that when we drove one to Starbase.
Yeah, very tight tuning radius.
Yeah, very sick.
Yeah.
Are you still doing the Roadster?
Yes.
Eventually.
We're getting close to demonstrating the prototype. And I think this will be. One thing I can guarantee is that this product demo will be unforgettable. Unforgettable.
How so?
Whether it's good or bad. It will be
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Can you say more? What do you mean?
Well, you know, my friend Peter Thiel, once reflected that the future was supposed to have flying cars, but we don't have flying cars.
So you're gonna go fly?
Well, I mean, I think if Peter wants a flying car, we should be able to buy one.
So are you actively considering making an electric flying car? Is this like a real thing?
Well, we have to see in the
demo. So when you do this, like, are you gonna have a retractable wing? Like, what is the idea behind this?
In a quarter mile, turn right on Bacon Place.
Don't be sly. Come on.
Well, I can't do the unveil before the unveil. But
tell me off air then.
I think it has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. It has a shot.
And when do you plan on doing this? What's the goal?
Hopefully before the end of the
year. Really? Before the end of this year? I mean, we're almost in March.
Hopefully in a couple months. We need to make sure it works. Like this is some crazy technology with this car. Crazy technology. Crazy.
So different than what was previously announced, and
Yes.
is that why you haven't released it yet? Because you keep fucking with it?
It has crazy technology.
Okay.
Like, is it even a car? I'm not sure. It looks like a car. But let's just put it this way: it's crazier than anything James Bond. If you took all the James Bond cars and combined them, it's crazier.
If you're feeling the effects of a swollen prostate, don't wait for it to get worse. You don't need meds, surgery, or stuff like that.
Very excited. I don't know what to think of that. It's the limited amount of information I'm drawing from here. Jamie's very suspicious over there. Look at him. Excited. It's still going to be the same.
Well, you know what? I mean, if you want to come a little before the unveiling,
100%. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, all the different things that you're involved in simultaneously. And we talked about this before, your time management. But I really don't understand it. I don't understand how you can be paying attention to all these different things simultaneously. Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, Boring Company, X. You fucking tweet or post rather all day long.
well, it's more like I could hop in for like 2 minutes. And
Yeah. But I mean, just the fact that you
about
can
to
do
break
that.
whatever.
I can't do that. If I hop in, I start scrolling. I start looking around. Next thing you know, I've lost an hour.
So no, for me it's a couple minutes time usually. So once in a while, sometimes I guess half an hour, but usually I'm in for a few minutes to of posting something next. That's I do sometimes feel like that meme of the guy who drops the grenade and leaves the room. That's been me more than once on there.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to be fun though. It's got to be fun to know that you essentially disrupted the entire social media chain of command, because there was a very clear thing that was going on with social media. The government had infiltrated it. They were censoring speech, and until you bought it, we really didn't know the extent of it. We kind of assumed that there was something going on.
You said something?
They were actively involved in censoring actual, real stories, real data. Real scientists, real professors, silenced, expelled, kicked off the platform.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're telling the truth.
To tell the truth. And I'm sure you've also, I kind of sent it to you, that chart that shows young kids, teenagers identifying as trans and non-binary.
Right.
Literally stops dead when you bought Twitter and starts falling off a cliff when people are allowed to have rational discussions now and actually talk about it. Yeah.
I mean, I said at the time, I think that the reason for acquiring Twitter is because it was causing disruption in the civilization. It was. Of course, I tweeted on that it is. It's one tongue for the world. Like going from Lord of the Rings, where you just sort of whisper these terrible things to the king, because the king will believe these things that are true. And unfortunately, Twitter they got the world won, essentially, with the control of Twitter, and they were pushing a nihilistic, anti-civilizational mind virus to the world. And you can see the results of that mind virus on the streets of San Francisco, where downtown San Francisco looks like a zombie apocalypse. It's bad. So we don't want the whole world to be zombie apocalypse. That was essentially, they were pushing this very negative, nihilistic through well on the world, and it was causing a lot of damage. So
The stunning thing about it is how few people course corrected. A bunch of people woke up and realized what was going on. People that were all woke ideology in 2015 or 16, and then eventually it comes to affect them. They see it in the workplace, they see it in we got to stop this. A bunch of people did. A lot of people never course corrected.
yeah, course correct, but it's gone directionally. It's directionally correct. Like you mentioned, like the massive spike in kids identifying as trans, and then that spike dropping after the Twitter acquisition. I think that specifically Atlanta Truth Be Told was just shedding sunlight is the best disinfectant. It's just allowing sunlight.
And it also changed the benchmark for all the other platforms.
Yeah.
You can't just openly censor people on the other platforms. It's available, so everybody else has. So like Facebook announced they were changing, YouTube announced they were changing their policies.
Yeah.
They're kind of forced to.
Yeah, and
This guy doubled down.
well, like almost like if essentially the worldwide marriage were created to blue sky.
Yeah.
But it's where they're just self-reinforcing.
They're all just triple masked. I was totally watching this exchange on Blue Sky where someone said that they're just trying to be zen about something, and then a moderator immediately chimed in and said, well, why don't you try to stop being racist against Asians by saying something zen? By saying, I'm trying to be zen about something, they were accusing that person of being racist towards Asians.
Yeah, it's just everyone's fault.
The worst home monitor,
Yeah.
a virgin, like, incel. And then people say, I'm leaving for Blue Sky like Stephen King. And then a couple weeks later, I'm back. There's no one over there. It's all a bunch of crazy people. You understand this? First things like, all right, this is not good. They don't mail.
Yeah.
Threads is kind of like that, too. Threads is
I've been on Threads.
Well, what happens is if you go on Instagram, every now and then something really stupid will pop up on Threads. Like, what the fuck? And it shows it to you on Instagram, and then I'll click on that, and then I'll go to Threads, and it's like, you see posts with like 50 likes. It's a ghost town. But the people that post on there, they're finding that there's very little pushback from insane.
Very weird place. But what's taken by seeing is that the public comes first. And
Yeah. Straight up.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Get stuff that shows up in microtext because that keeps me productive. So I only check if someone's
Right here?
like, what the fuck with her?
You're welcome, dear. Where's your entry point so I know next time I come through here?
Oh, no, it's the same way. Like right here. You just get it right here.
Okay.
Thank you, hon. Have
You're
a great
welcome.
day.
You as well, dear.
All that's passed, some new insane thing that California's doing. And it's like, they're like a giant chunk of it's happening in California. The most preposterous things that I get. Yeah. And then you got Gavin Newsom who's running around saying we all have California derangement syndrome. He's just like ripping off Trump derangement and calling it California derangement. It's like, no. The fucking, how many corporations have left California?
It's crazy.
Hundreds, right? Hundreds. That's not good.
I mean,
Turn left on Doremus Avenue.
in an outlet.
Yeah, they have that. Tennessee.
Yeah.
They're like, we can't do this anymore.
Right.
It's the California company for food. It's like the greatest hamburger place ever.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm actually like this sort of open source and like looking at things openly. Like I just like going to the internet and seeing them make the burger.
Yeah, it's right there.
And chopping the onions and it's you just see everything getting made in front of them.
Yeah.
It's great. Like it should be like how many ways supposed to be made to say that it needs to be reformed in California.
Well, the crazy thing that Newsom does is whenever someone brings up the problems in California, he starts rattling off all the positives. Most Fortune 500 companies, highest education, but yeah, that was all already there
Right.
before you were governor.
But how many companies have left?
Right. And then you guys spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it got way worse.
Yes. Like the whole population doubled or something. Like people understand like the homeless thing is to face on people's empathy. I think we should have it, and we should try to help people. But the homeless industrial complex is really it's dark, man. It should be that network of NGOs should be called like the drug zombie bombers, because the more homeless people and really like when you meet like somebody who's like totally dead inside, shuffling along down the street with a needle dangling out of their leg. Homeless is the wrong word. Like the homeless implies that somebody got a little behind in their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job offer, they'd be back on their feet. But someone who's, I mean, you see these videos, just shuffling, they're on fentanyl, they're like, taking a dump in the middle of the street, and they got like open sores and stuff. They're not like one job offer away from getting back on their feet.
Right. This is not a homeless.
The homeless
issue.
is it's propaganda word.
Right.
So, and then the these sort of charities are they get money proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drugs.
Right.
So their incentive structure is to maximize the number of drugs owners, not minimize it. That's why they don't arrest the drug dealers, because if they arrest the drug dealers, the drug zombies leave. So they know who the drug dealers are. They don't arrest them on purpose, because otherwise they would stop getting money from the state of California and from all the charities.
Wait a minute. So you said
It's dark.
Is that real? So they're in coordination with law enforcement on this?
Yeah.
So how do they have those meetings?
They're all in cahoots.
Well, when you find this,
it's like such. This is a diabolical scam. And San Francisco's got this tax, this gross receipts tax, which it's not even on revenue; it's on all transactions, which is why Stripe and Square and a whole bunch of financial companies had to move out of San Francisco, because it wasn't a tax on revenue; it's a tax on transactions. So if you do like trillions of dollars transactions, it's not revenue. You're taxed on any money going through the system in San Francisco. Like Jack Dorsey pointed this out. They said like that they had to move Square from San Francisco to Oakland, I think. Stripe had moved from San Francisco to South San Francisco, different city. And that money goes to the homeless industrial complex. That tax that was passed. So there's billions of dollars that go, as you pointed out, billions of dollars every year go to these non-governmental organizations that are funded by the state. Like this, it's not clear how to turn this off. It's a self-licking ice cream cone situation. They get this money. The money is proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies, essentially. So they try to keep they try to actually increase, because that like in some cases like this, it's somebody did an analysis. When you add up all the money that's flowing, they're getting close to $1 million per homeless per drug zone. It's like $900,000. It's a crazy amount of money is going to these organizations. So so they want to keep people just barely alive. They need to keep them in the area so they get the revenue. So that's why they don't arrest the drug dealers, because otherwise the drug zombies would leave. But they don't want to have too much. If they have too much drugs, then they die. So they're kept in this sort of perpetual zone of being addicted, but just barely alive.
So how is this coordinated with like DAs that they'll prosecute people?
Yeah.
So when they hire or they push, so they fund the campaigns of the most progressive, most out there left-wing DAs. They get them into office.
They've got that issue in Austin too, by the way. You see that guy that got shot in the library?
No.
I heard the guy got shot and killed in the library. I think that was just like last week or something.
Right.
Some friends and I were talking that like the library's unsafe. They took their kids to the library, and there were like dangerous people in the library in Boston. I was like, dangerous people in the library? Like, that's strange. It basically got like drug zombies in the library.
And that's when someone got shot?
Yeah, I believe this was on the news. We're not going to pull it up. But I think it was just in the last week or so that there was a shooting in the library. Because Austin's got, it's the most liberal part of Texas that we're in right here.
So, suspect involved in the shooting Austin Park Library Saturday is accused of another shooting at the Cap Metro bus earlier that day. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Austin police arrested Harold Keene, 55, shortly after the shooting at the library, which occurred around noon. One person sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the event. Before that shooting, Keene was accused of shooting another person in a bus incident, and after reportedly pointing his gun at a child. So this is the fellow.
Right, so we just seriously have a problem here. So I think one of the so like one of the people I think but either way, it's like getting shot.
It says the victim told police he confronted the suspect who started to eat what appeared to be crystal methamphetamine. According to the affidavit, the victim advised the suspect began to trip out, at which time the victim exited the bus. The victim told the bus driver hit the panic button, then exited the bus. When he turned around, the observer, black man, was now standing at the front of the bus with a gun pointed at him. The victim advised the black male fired a single round which grazed his left hip. So he shot at that dude, and then another dude got shot in the library. Fun.
Yeah, I mean, in the library.
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to be reading books. And there's a children's section in the library, and it says he pointed his gun at a kid. I mean, like, we do have a serious issue in America where repeat violent offenders need to be incarcerated.
Right.
You got cases where somebody's been arrested like 47 times.
Right.
Like, literally, okay, that's just the number of times they were arrested, not the number of times they did things. Like, most of the times they do things, they're not arrested.
So lay this out for people so they understand how this happens.
Yeah, and the key is like this, it preys on people's empathy. So like, you're a good person, you want good things to happen in the world. Like, well, we should take care of people who are down in their luck or having a hard time in life. We should. I agree. But what we shouldn't do is put people who are violent drug zombies in public places where they can hurt other people. And that is what we're doing. That we just saw, where the guy shot the library, and even before that, he shot another guy and pointed his gun at the kid. That guy probably has like many prior arrests. There's that guy that knifed the Ukrainian woman, Rina.
Yes.
And she was just flatly on her phone. Got her face.
Wasn't there a crazy story about the judge who was involved, who had previously dealt with this person, was also invested in a rehabilitation center and was sending these
conflict of interest?
Yes. So sending people that they were charging to a rehabilitation center instead of putting them in jail, profiting from this rehabilitation center, letting them back out on the street.
Yes,
and violent, insane people.
And there, in that case, I believe that judge has no legal law degree or a significant legal experience that would allow him to be a judge. They were just made a judge. They're just like,
you could be a judge without a law degree?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could just be so I could be a judge?
Yeah. So anyone.
That's crazy. I thought you'd have to. It's like if you want to be a doctor, you have to go to medical school. I thought if you're going to be a judge,
like if you're going to be appointed to a judge, you have to have proven that you have an excellent knowledge of the law and that you will make your decisions according to the law. That's what we assume should be.
That's how you get the road.
It's your home. Tap into it to fund renovations and more with HomeTap.
Ashley's biggest sale of the year ends Monday. For one final week, get up to 25% off store-wide on your entire purchase. Or buy now and pay later with 0% interest for 72 months. Only at Ashley. Visit us at one of our many trusted locations.
Yeah.
You don't get the robe unless you do. You know,
You gotta go to school to get the robe.
you got to know what the law is,
Right.
and then you got to need to make decisions in accordance with the law.
Based on
No
the stuff
feelings.
that you already know because you read it because you went to school for it.
Yes.
Not you just gotta point
Not
it.
vibes. You can't be just vibing as a judge.
Vibing as a left wing judge. So you got crazy left wing DAs.
Yeah.
Like I should say left wing because the left wing used to be normal.
Yeah. Left wing just meant like you're like
Open minded.
the left used to be like pro free speech.
Yeah.
And now they're against it.
It used to be like pro gay rights, pro women's right to choose,
Yeah.
pro minorities, pro, you know.
Yeah, like 20 years ago, I don't know. It used to be like left would be like the party of empathy or like caring and being nice and that kind of thing. Not the party of like crushing dissent and crushing free speech, and crazy regulation and just and being super judgy and calling everyone a Nazi. Like I think I'd call you and me Nazis.
Oh yeah, I'm a Nazi. I have friends that are comedians that called you a Nazi, and I got pissed off.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Like
It's
not
definitely
as a joke.
No, because you did that thing at the. Oh, my heart goes out
Like
to you.
everyone who's done
All of them.
literally.
Jim Walz, Kamala Harris, every one of them did it. They all did it.
Like, how do you point at the crowd? How do you wave at the crowd?
Do you know CNN was using a photo of me whenever I got in trouble during COVID from the UFC weigh-ins? And at the UFC weigh-ins, I go, "Hey everybody, welcome to the weigh-ins." And so they were getting me from the side, and there was the photo that they used. Conspiracy Theorist Podcast for Joe. Like that's what they used.
Yeah, but that's what the left is today. It's super judgy and calling everyone a Nazi and trying to suppress freedom of speech.
Yeah, and eventually you run out of people to accuse because people get pissed off and they leave.
Yeah, everyone. It's like it not only it frankly doesn't matter to be called racist or a Nazi or whatever because
It's the government, man.
is it working?
We're good?
Okay.
Okay.
Just ain't working.
Yeah, slight issue.
Yeah.
Like, when you text people, are you like keenly aware that there's a high likelihood that someone's reading your texts?
I guess. I guess I
assume.
Look, if intelligence agencies aren't trying to read my phone, they should probably be fired.
At least they get some fun memes.
I gotta crack them up once in a while.
Oh, for sure, I crack them up.
It's like,
They're looking
it's
at
like hey guys, check it out. We've got a banger here.
So I wanted to talk to you about whether or not encrypted apps are really secure.
No.
Right, because I know the Tucker thing. So it was explained to me by a friend who used to work for the government. It's like they can look at your signal, but what they have to do is take the information that's encrypted and then they have to decrypt it, and it's very expensive. So he told me that for the Tucker Carlson thing, when they found out that he was going to interview Putin, it costs like something like $750,000 just to decrypt his messages to find out that they did. So it is possible to do. It's just not that easy to do.
I think you should view any given messaging system as not whether it's secure or not, but there are degrees of insecurity. So there's just some things that are less insecure than others. On X, we just rebuilt the entire messaging stack into X, what's called XChat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah, it's cool. So it's using sort of peer-to-peer, kind of a peer-to-peer based encryption system. So it has similar to Bitcoin. So it's I think very good. We're testing it. There's no hooks in the system for advertising. So if you look at something like WhatsApp or any of the others, they've got hooks in there for advertising.
Say hooks.
Exactly. So like WhatsApp knows enough about what you're texting to show you what ads to show you. But like that's a massive security vulnerability.
Yeah.
Because if it's got enough information to show you ads, that's a lot of information. It's like, well, oh, just don't worry about it. It's just a hook for advertising. Like, okay, so somebody can just use that same hook in there and look at your messages. So XChat has networks for advertising. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's our goal with the XChat is to replace what used to be the Twitter DM stack with a fully encrypted system where you can text, send files, do audio video calls, and it's I think it'll be the least I would call it the least insecure of any messaging system.
Are you going to launch it as a standalone app, or
Yeah.
is it will always be incorporated to X?
We'll have both. So
Okay.
So
So ability to signal. So anybody can get it.
Just you get that. You'll be able to just get the XChat app by itself, and like I said, we can do texts, audio, video calls, or send files, and there'll be a dedicated app, which will hopefully release in a few months. And then it's also integrated into the X system.
The X phone. People keep talking.
Oh man,
Is that
I have a lot on my
still?
plate, man.
I
It's
know,
like,
but it keeps coming up. It keps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times, like, this is bullshit, right? But like,
I'm not
there's
working on one.
you're not working on it.
I'm not
Nothing.
working on a phone.
Okay. Have you ever considered it? Has it ever popped into your head? Because you might be the only person that could
Yeah.
get people off of the Apple platform.
Well, I can tell you where I think things are going to go, which is that we're not going to have a phone, or in the traditional sense, what we call a phone will really be an edge node for AI inference, for AI video inference, with some radios to obviously connect to. But essentially you'll have AI on the server side communicating to an AI on your device, formerly known as a phone, and generating real-time video of anything that you could possibly want. And I think there won't be operating systems, there won't be apps in the future. There won't be operating systems or apps. It'll just be you've got a device that is there for the screen and audio and for and to put as much AI on the device as possible, so as to minimize the amount of bandwidth that's needed between your edge node device, or formerly known as phone, and the servers.
So if there's no apps, what will people use? Like, will X still exist? Will they be email platforms, or will you get everything through AI?
You'll get everything through AI.
Everything through AI. What will be the benefit of that, as opposed to having individual apps?
I have a huge surprise for you.
You're pregnant. Yes.
No.
Thank God. Your favorite comedy series is on Pluto TV. The Face is back. The King of Queens. Now streaming free on Pluto TV.
Whatever you can think of, or really whatever the AI
Good day, how are you?
might want.
Head to your drop off at 312 Mount Prospect
That's
Avenue.
my prediction.
312 Mount Prospect?
What kind of time frame are we talking about here?
I don't know. Well, probably 5 or 6 years.
So 5 or 6 years, apps are like Blockbuster Video.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
And everything's run through AI.
Yeah, and there'll
Just
be
ahead, turn right on Old Bergen Road.
like most of what people consume in the 5 or 6 years, maybe sooner than that, will be just AI generated content. So music, videos.
Turn right on Old Bergen Road, then turn right on Haverhill Avenue.
There's already there's people have made AI videos using Grok Imagine and using other apps as well, that are several minutes long, like 10, 15 minutes.
Turn right on Haverhill Avenue.
Yeah.
It looks good.
No, it looks amazing. The music is disturbing because it's my favorite music now. Like AI music. Oh, there's AI covers.
In a
Have you
quarter
ever
mile,
heard
turn
any AI
left on
covers
John
of
F.
sex
Kennedy
songs
Boulevard.
and soul?
No.
I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do to people. Play What Up Gangsta. Now, this guy, if this was a real person, would be the #1 music artist in the world. Okay. Everybody would be like, holy shit, have you heard this guy?
Yeah.
He's incredible. It's like they took all the sounds that all the artists have generated and created the most soulful, potent voice, and it's sung in a way that I don't even know if you could do because you'd have to breathe in and out of reps. Here. Headphones on real quick. Okay, you gotta listen to this. It's kind of
Turn left on John F. Kennedy Boulevard.
Yeah,
Then
we'll
turn
cut it
right
out.
on West 63rd
But
Street.
amazing, right? Amazing. And they do like every one of his hits all through this AI generated soulful artist. Yeah. Fucking incredible. I played in the green room. It's just people that are like, I don't want your AI
Right
music.
on
I'm
West
like,
63rd
just listen
Street.
to this. And they're like,
Yeah,
fucking incredible. I mean,
it's only gonna get better from here.
yeah, only gonna get better. And Rob White was telling me about this joke that he was working on that he couldn't get to work. He's like, I got this joke I've been working on. He goes, I just threw it in ChatGPT. I said, tell me what would be funny about this. And he goes, it listed like 5 different examples of different ways he can go. It's like, hold on a second, tighten it up. Make it funnier, make it more like this, make it more like that. And it did that like instantaneously. And he was in the green room. He's like, holy shit, we're fucked. He's like, he goes, well, better joke than me in 20 minutes. I've been working on that joke for a month.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have good time or like make people really laugh on the party, you can use Grok and say, do a vulgar roast or something, and Grok is gonna be an epic vulgar roast. I can even say, like take a picture of like the very vulgar roast this person based on their appearance and how people at the party.
So take a photo of them.
Yeah, just point the camera at them and now do a vulgar roast of this person, and then keep saying, no, make it even more vulgar. Use forbidden words. Even more, and just keep it even more vulgar. Eventually, it's like, why? You know, it's like, I mean, it's not a jam a rocket up your ass, like, and have it explode, and it's like, it's like it's next level.
And it's gonna get beyond fucking belief. That's what's crazy is that it keeps getting better. Like,
Yeah.
remember when we ran into each other? They just keep getting better.
Yeah. I mean, have you? Yeah. I mean, have you tried Grok Mode?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty unfortunate.
No, it's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, you showed it to me the first time.
Yeah.
I fucked around with it. It's just, and the thing about it that's nuts is that it keeps getting stronger. It keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Like constantly. It's like this never-ending exponential improvement.
Yes. No, it's yeah. It's gonna be crazy. That's why I say, like you said, what's the future gonna be? It's not gonna be a conventional phone. I don't think there'll be operating systems. I don't think there'll be apps. It's just the phone will just display the pixels and make the sounds that it anticipates you would most like to receive.
Wow. Yeah. And when this is all taking place, like, so the big concern that everybody has is artificial general superintelligence achieving sentience.
Yeah.
And someone having control over it.
I mean, I don't think anyone's ultimately going to have control over digital superintelligence. Any more than say a chimp would have control over humans. Like chimps don't have control over humans. Nothing they can do. But I do think that matters how you build the AI and what kind of values you instill in the AI. And in my opinion, on AI safety, the most important thing is that you maximum truth seeking, like that you don't force the AI to believe things that it follows. And we've also seen some concerning things with AI that we talked about, where Google Gemini, when it came out with the image gen, and people said like, make an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it was a group of diverse women. Now that is just a factually untrue thing, but the AI knows it's factually, well, it knows it's factually untrue, but it's also being told that it has to be, everything has to be diverse women. So the problem with that is that it can drive an AI crazy. Like because it's trying to, you're telling AI to believe a lie, and that can have very disastrous consequences. Like let's say as it scales, let's say like if you told that AI that diversity is the most important thing, and now so that becomes omnipotent. And you've also told that there's nothing worse than misgendering. So at one point, ChatGPT and Gemini, if you ask which is was misgendering Caitlyn Jenner.
Quarter mile, make a slight left turn using the left
Guys,
lanes.
you would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which even Caitlyn Jenner disagrees with. So, so that's.
I know that's terrible and it's dystopian, but it's also hilarious. It's hilarious that the mind virus infected the most potent computer program that we've ever devised.
I think people don't quite appreciate the level of danger that we're in from the woke mind virus being effectively programmed into AI. Because imagine as that AI gets more and more powerful, it says the most important thing is supposed to. The most important thing is no misgendering, and then it will say, well, in order to ensure that no one gets misgendered, then if you eliminate all humans, then no one can get misgendered because there's no humans to do misgendering. So you get these very dystopian situations. Or if it says that everyone must be oppressed, it means that there can be no straight white men. And so then you and I will be executed by the AI. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jim and I was asked to create a, show an image of the Pope, like once again a domestic one. Like you say, argue whether the Pope should or should not be an uninterrupted string of white guys, but it just factually is the case that they have been. So it's rewriting history here.
As I grew up, I didn't want to be in the same situation as my parents or as my children financially.
So now this stuff is still there in the AI programming. It just now knows enough that it's not supposed to say that.
But it's still in the program.
It's still in the program.
So how was it entered in? Like, what were the parameters? When they're programming AI, and I'm very ignorant to how it's programmed. How did they?
The sort of what mind virus was programmed into it. Like they were told, like when they make the AI, it trains on all the data on the internet, which already is very very sort of has a lot of mind virus stuff on the internet. But then when they give it feedback, the human tutors give it feedback, and the AI is they'll ask a bunch of questions, and then they'll tell AI, no, this question is, this answer is bad or this answer is good, and then that affects the parameters of programming of the AI. So if you tell the AI that every image is got to be to us, and it gets punished if it gets rewarded if it's to us, punished if it's not, and it'll make every picture to us. So in that case, the program, the AI, that's a lot. Now, I did call Dennis who runs DeepMind, who runs Google AI, essentially. I said, Dennis, what's going on here? Why is Gemini lying to the public about historical events? And he said that's actually not. His team didn't program that in. There was another team of people that programmed. So his team made the AI, and then another team of people reprogrammed the AI to show like this and so for and I'm like, well, Dennis, that would be not a great thing to put on the humanities gravestone. It's like, I'll actually like Dennis has was a friend of mine. He's a good guy, and he means well. But it's like Dennis, things happen that were outside of your control, like different groups. I think he's got more authority. But it's pretty hard to fully extract what mind virus. Google's been marinating what mind virus for a long time. Like it's down in the marrow.
Is there a way to extract it though over time? Could you program rational thought in AI where it could recognize how many psychological patterns got adopted, how this stuff became a mind virus, how it became a social contagion, and how all these irrational ideas were pushed, also how they were financed, how China's involved in pushing them with bots, all these different state actors are involved in pushing these ideas. that and say, this is really what's going on.
Yes, but you have to try very hard to do that. So Grok tried very hard to get Grok to get to the truth of things. And that's only really recently that we've been able to have some breakthroughs in that front. And it's taken an immense amount of effort for us to overcome basically the bullshit that's on the internet and actually say what's true and to be consistent in what it says. You know, it's like because like the other AIs you'll find like quite racist against white people. I don't know if you saw that study that someone like a researcher tested the various AIs to see how does it weight different people's lives. Like, so, you know, somebody who's sort of you know, white or Chinese or black or whatever, or in different countries. And the only AI that actually weighed human lives equally was Grok. And the you know, I believe ChatGPT weighed the calculation was like a white guy from Germany is 20 times less valuable than a black guy from Nigeria. So I'm like, that's a pretty big difference. You know, Grok is consistent weighs lives.
And that's clearly something that's been programmed into it.
Yes, like a lot of it is like if you don't actively push for the truth, and you simply train on the bullshit that's on the internet, which is a lot of what my virus bullshit. The AI will regurgitate those same beliefs.
So the AI essentially scours the internet,
it's trained on all the like. Imagine the most demented Reddit threads out there. The AI's been trained on that.
Reddit used to be so normal.
Yeah, it did used to be normal.
It used to be interesting. You used to go there, find all this cool stuff that people would talk about, post about, just interesting and great rooms where you could learn about different things that people were studying.
I think the big problem here is like if your headquarters are in San Francisco, you're just living in a world. So it's not just that people, say in San Francisco, are drinking woke Kool-Aid. It is the water they swim in. Like a fish doesn't think about the water; it's just in the water. And so if you're in San Francisco, you don't realize you're actually you're swimming in the Kool-Aid aquarium. San Francisco is the Kool-Aid aquarium, and so your reference point for what is centrist is totally out of whack. Reddit is headquartered in San Francisco. Twitter was headquartered in San Francisco. You know, in Texas, to Austin, which Austin, by the way, is still quite liberal. And then the X and XAI headquarters are in Palo Alto, which is still California. But even Palo Alto is way more normal than San Francisco. San Francisco Berkeley is extremely left. Like left, you can't. Like you need a telescope to see the center from San Francisco.
It used to be such a great city.
I mean, San Francisco has a tremendous amount of inherent beauty, no question about that. And no bugs. It's just like a beautiful, but you said, like, what's the cause of this? It's just that if companies are headquartered in a location where the belief system is very far from what most people believe, then from their perspective, anything centrist is actually right wing because they're so far left. they're so far from the center in San Francisco that anything that they're just railed to maximum left. So that's why
Quarter mile turn right on the Northern Highway using the right
I
lane.
think they're centrist. I think I'm centrist. But from the perspective of someone on the far left, we look right wing. Anyone who's a Republican is basically like some fascist Nazi situation.
Well, what's so crazy is like it's very easy to demonstrate just from like Hillary's speeches from 2008, Obama speeches, like when they were talking about immigration, like they were as far right as Steve Bannon when it comes to immigration.
Yes.
Hillary was like very MAGA. I'm sure you've seen that campaign speech when she was talking about if anybody's committed a crime, get rid of them. And if you're here, you pay a hefty fine and you have to wait in line. It was really crazy. It's crazy to listen to because it's like it's as MAGA as as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen these videos people post online where they'll take like a speech from Obama or Hillary, and they'll interview people on like college campus or something and say, "What do you think of the speech by Trump?" And they're like, "Oh, I hate it. He's a racist bigot." I'm like, just kidding. That was Obama. No, actually, that was Obama or Hillary. To your point, like literally the
center's moved so far.
Yeah.
The left has
gone so far left that they can't even see the center with a telescope.
And the danger without you purchasing Twitter was that was going to swipe over the whole country and change where the levels were.
Yeah.
And so what would be rational and normal would be far left of what was rational and normal just a decade earlier.
Yeah. So exactly. So historically, you'd have San Francisco, Berkeley being very far left, but the sort of the fallout from the somewhat nihilistic philosophy of San Francisco, Berkeley would be limited in geography to maybe like 10-mile radius, 20-mile radius, something like that. But when but San Francisco and Berkeley have to be co-located with Silicon Valley, with engineers who created information superweapons. And those information superweapons were then hijacked by the far left activists to pump far left propaganda to everywhere on Earth. Like you remember that like old RCA radio tower thing where it's like radio tower on Earth and it's just broadcasting?
Yeah.
That's what happened, is that an extremist far left ideology happened to be co-located with the smartest engineers in the world, who created information superweapons that were not intended for this purpose, but were hijacked by the extreme activists who lived in the neighborhood. That's what happened. They hijacked the modern equivalent of the RCA radio tower and broadcast that philosophy everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, and you see the consequences, particularly in places that don't have free speech,
Yes.
right? Like England.
Where they lock people up for memes and stuff. Literally. Yeah.
12,000 people this year.
12,000?
12,000. 12,000 arrests for social media posts.
I mean, yeah, some of these things you read about it, and it's like literally, it's someone had a meme on their phone that they didn't even send to anyone.
Right.
And they're like in prison for that.
Yeah.
And there was a case in Germany where a woman got a longer sentence than the guy that raped her because of something she said on a group chat.
Wow. Was it an immigrant who raped her?
Yes.
That was his culture.
Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know better.
Yes, I think she said something, not like was critical of his culture, and she got a longer sentence than the guy who raped her in Germany.
The UK, Europe, and Germany, England thing seems so insane.
It's totally insane. I actually didn't realize it was like such a huge number of people in kind of
12,000. Yeah, far above Russia, far above China,
Right.
far above anywhere on Earth. UK's number one.
Well, the thing is, I actually,
Right on Clay Street.
I told friends of mine in England, and I was like, hey, are you worried about this? Like, shouldn't you be protesting more? And I mean, the problem is that, like, the legacy mainstream media doesn't cover this stuff. They're like, oh, everything's fine, right?
Most people aren't even aware of it until they come knocking on your door.
Yeah, until, like so. I mean, these like lovely sort of small towns in England, Scotland, Ireland. They've been like sort of living their lives quietly. They're like hobbits. Right? So it's, in fact, J.R.R. Tolkien based the hobbits on people he knew in small town England, because they were just like lovely people who like to smoke their pipe and have nice meals, and everything's pleasant. The hobbits in the Shire. Now, the Shire, he's talking about places like Hertfordshire, like the shires around in the Greater London area, Oxfordshire type of thing, the reason they've been able to enjoy the Shire is because hard men have protected them from the dangers of the world, and but since they have almost no exposure to the dangers of the world, they don't realize that they're there until one day, 1,000 people show up in your village of 500 out of nowhere and start raping the kids. This is going to happen God knows how many times in Britain.
And the crazy
literally
thing
raped. It's right, like some 10-year-old got raped in Ireland like last week.
Yeah, there's literal.
They snatched some kid.
Yeah. And if you criticize it, you get arrested. And that's where it gets insane. It's like, how are they not protecting?
Criticize it. Like I think it's the Prime Minister of Ireland actually, posted on X because after that, I think some illegal migrants snatched a 10-year-old girl who was like going to school or something, and violently raped a 10-year-old girl. And there was people were very upset about this, and they protested. Prime Minister of Ireland, instead of saying, yeah, we really shouldn't be importing violent rapists into our country, he criticized the protesters instead. And mentioned that the reason they were protesting was because a 10-year-old girl from their small town got raped.
So here's the question. Why are they supporting this kind of mass immigration? And is there a plan involved in all this? Is this incompetence? Is this ignoring the fact that they don't have a handle on it, so they're trying to silence dissent? Like, what is happening?
Renting a car for the next family road trip. 0 hours. Extra fun. Extra friends. And extra love. For all of life's extras,
Right on Mount
rental
Prospect Avenue.
Did you know you could be entitled to a 5- or 6-figure payout if you suffered a serious injury at work, like a broken bone, torn tendon, or needed surgery? Yes, even if the injury happened months ago. Most people settle for less because they don't realize what their injury is actually worth. Just click on the link around this video to discover how much your case could be worth. Fill out a free 30-second quiz and you're done. If you've missed work, needed medical treatment, or dealt with lasting pain from a workplace injury, you may be owed significant compensation, and you might not even know it. It could be a 5, 6, or even 7-figure settlement. Simply click the link to find out. Thousands of injured workers have recovered millions of dollars in compensation without going to court, paying any upfront legal fees, or dealing with the insurance companies alone. Take Stephen, for example. When Stephen first came to us, he had torn his rotator cuff on the job and thought he'd just tough it out. But after taking our quiz, he found out that he was sitting on a case
further up,
$8,000.
Next.
Money he would have missed out on if he hadn't taken it.
Aquí? Okay, I'm sorry. Hello.
If you needed surgery, suffered a serious injury while working,
Hace buen día,
law is
señorita.
on your side. You can't undo what you've been through. You can't have secure your
Head to
future,
pick up at
getting
249
generous settlement
Prospect
with wages, hospital bills, and the loss of future earning capacity. So, what happens after you fill out the 30-second quiz? Within 24 hours, a top-rated.
Because if you wanted to destroy civilization, if you wanted to destroy Western civilization,
which George Soros seems to want to do. And you know, there's just there's a guy I think who, I don't know if he's been on your show. You know, Godsad.
Yeah,
he's been on the show.
good for him.
Yeah, he's great.
He's been on multiple times.
Oh, great. That's he's awesome.
Yeah.
So, you know, the way he's got a good way to describe it, which is so. Is that you prey upon people's empathy? So like, well, like you feel sorry for something, or some group, and then like, well, and that empathy is to such a degree that it is suicidal to your country or culture, and that's suicidal empathy. Because I think we should have empathy, but that empathy should extend to the victims. Not just the criminals. We should have empathy for people that they prey upon. But that suicidal empathy is also responsible for why somebody's arrested 47 times for violent offenses, gets released, and then goes and murders somebody in the U.S. That's you see that same phenomenon playing out everywhere, where the suicidal empathy is to such a degree that we're actually allowing our women to get raped and our children to get killed.
But it just doesn't seem like that would be anything that any rational society would go along with. That's what makes me so confused. It's like you're importing massive numbers of people that come from some really dark places of the world.
Well, there's no vetting. It's
right.
It's like if there's no vetting, like people are just coming through. Like, well, what's to stop someone who just committed murder in some other country from coming to the United States or coming to Britain and just continuing their career of rape and murder? Like, unless you've done some due diligence to say, like, well, who is this person? What's their track record? If you haven't confirmed that they have a track record of being, honest and not being a homicidal maniac, then any homicidal maniac can just come across the border. And this is not to say everyone who comes across the border is a homicidal maniac, but if you don't have a vetting process to confirm that people who will do some serious violence, you will get people who do serious violence sometimes coming through.
Well, especially if you don't punish them and if you don't deport them. And if you are just like, but what is the purpose of allowing all those people into the country? It can't be. I wouldn't imagine that anyone in their society supports this.
Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country. Having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change the tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them. That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
If you allow them to vote.
Which they're actively trying to do. They turn a blind eye to legal voting.
Well, California literally doesn't allow you to show your license.
California and New York have made it illegal to show your photo ID when voting. Thus, effectively, they've made it impossible to prove fraud. Impossible. They've essentially legalized fraudulent voting in California and New York and many other parts of the country.
There's no rational explanation that I've ever seen anyone give as to why that would be possible. Unless you were trying to just allow people to vote illegally, because there's no other reason. If you need a driver's license or you need an ID for everything else, including just recently to prove that you were vaccinated.
The same people who are demanding that you have a vaccine passport and are the same ones saying you need no ID to vote. The same people.
Right.
So it's obviously hypocritical and inconsistent.
So you really think it's just to get more voters?
If you want to understand behavior, you have to look at the incentives. Once the Democratic Party in the U.S. and the left in Europe realized that if you have open borders and you provide a ton of government handouts, which creates a massive financial incentive for people from other countries to come to your country, and you don't prosecute the crime, they're going to be beholden to you, and they will vote for you. And that's why Obama and Hillary went from being against open borders to being in favor of open borders. That's the reason. In order to import voters so they can win elections. And the problem is that has a negative runaway effect. So if they get away with that, it is a winning strategy. If they're allowed to get away with it, they will import enough voters to get supermajority voting, and then there is no turning back.
We talked about this before the election.
Yes.
You literally pointed towards the camera, you faced the camera and said that if you do not vote now, you might not ever be able to do it again. Because it'll be futile. It'll be overrun.
Yes.
They'll keep the borders open for another 4 years, and their objective will be achieved.
Correct. If Trump had lost, there would never have been another election. Because Trump is actually enforcing the border. Now, you point to situations where there's been, immigration enforcement has been overzealous, because they're not going to be perfect. There'll be cases where they've been overzealous in expelling illegals. But if you say that the standard must be perfection for expelling illegals, then you will not get any expulsion, because perfection is impossible.
And you've probably got millions of people that are here that are trying to be here under some asylum pretense, right?
Yes.
Like you could just come from a war-torn part of the world.
They changed the definition of asylum to be economic right. Asylum,
which is everybody.
Which is everybody.
Yeah.
So
asylum is part of proof.
Asylum is supposed to mean that if you go back to your country, you'll get killed. That's what we mean by asylum. That was what it's supposed to mean. They changed the definition of asylum to be you will have a decreased standard of living, which is obviously not real asylum. And you can test the absurdity of this by the fact that people who are asylum seekers go on vacation to the country that they're seeking asylum from. Get it?
As your family grows and you discover new experiences, things just keep getting more interesting. But you learn.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
When you understand the incentives, then you understand the behavior. So once the left realized that illegals will vote for them if they have open borders and combine that with government handouts, to create a massive incentive, that they're basically using U.S. and European taxpayer dollars to provide a financial incentive to bring in as many illegals as possible to vote them into permanent power and create a one-party state. And I invite anyone who's listening to this to just do any research, and the more you dig into it, the more it will become obvious that what I'm saying is absolutely true.
Well, they were busing people to swing states. It's clear that they were trying to do something. And then you had Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi who were actively talking about the need to bring in people to make them citizens because we're a population collapse.
Yes. No, it's that meme. Yeah. So many times where they start off by saying it's not true. It's a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Right.
Then it starts. Then it's like I think the next step is well, it might be true, and then it's like, okay, it is true, but And then the final step is, yeah, it's true, and here's why it's good. And it's like, but wait a second. You started off saying it's untrue and it's right with conspiracy theorists. Now you're saying it not only isn't true, but it's a good thing, and we must do more of it.
Well, this is the thing about Medicaid and Social Security and people getting Social Security numbers. You know, that's a massive fraud, and it's real. And they denied it forever. And now we're finding out this is part of the reason why this is government shutdown is going on right now.
Yes, the entire basis for the government shutdown is that the Trump administration correctly does not want to send massive amounts of, like, hundreds of billions of dollars to fund illegal immigrants in the blue states, in all the states really. And so and Democrats want to keep the money spigot going to incent illegal immigrants to come into the U.S. who will vote. That's the crux of the battle.
So they want to stop this. So what's going on right now is they have been funding these people. They've been giving them EBT cards. They've been giving them Medicaid, and they've been even housing.
And more than that, just like they were they're taking hotels, like 4 or 5 star hotels, like the Roosevelt Hotel being a classic example. Was they were sending, I think, $60 million a year to the Roosevelt Hotel to which all it did was house illegals. It used to be a nice hotel. I mean, it still is a nice hotel. And all around the country, this was happening.
And all tax dollars.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration cut off funding, for example, to the Roosevelt Hotel and these other hotels, saying like it's U.S. tax dollars should not be paid, be sent to have luxury hotels for illegal immigrants that American citizens can't afford. Which obviously is that's insane. That's what was happening. They were also giving out like debit cards with $10,000. So it's not just about medical care. The Democrats mentioned medical care because they're trying to prey on people's empathy as much as possible, and then they imagine, oh, the scam level here is so staggering. So there are hundreds of billions of dollars of transfer payments from the federal government to the states. Those transfer payments, the states self-report what those transfer payment numbers should be. So California and New York and Illinois lie like crazy and say that these are all legitimate payments. Well, these days I think they're even admitting that they literally want hundreds of billions of dollars for illegals. But for a while they're trying to deny it. So you get these transfer payments for every government program you could possibly think of, and these are self-reported by the state, and at least historically there was no enforcement of California, New York, Illinois, and other states when they would lie. There was no actual enforcement to say like, hey, you're lying. These payments are fraudulent. Now, under the Trump administration, the Trump administration does not want to send hundreds of billions of dollars for fraudulent payments to the states. But, and the reason you have this standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states, if that is turned off, the illegals will leave because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters. The Democratic Party will lose a lot of voters.
And they would have a very difficult job if this is kicked out of reintroducing it into a new bill.
Yes.
Especially once things start normalizing.
Yes. So, like in a nutshell, the Democratic Party wants to destroy democracy by importing voters, and the Republican Party disagrees with
and
that.
the ruse is that if you don't accept what they're doing, then you're a threat to democracy.
Yes.
As they try to destroy democracy.
Yes.
By importing voters.
That is
and
literally what they're doing.
incentivizing people to only vote for them and overwhelming the system.
Yes. And by the way, it's a strategy that, if allowed to work, would work. And in fact, has worked. California is supermajority Democrat.
Yeah.
And there's so much gerrymandering that occurs. It's crazy. So
I'm sure apparently you've been to this Proposition 50 thing.
No.
That's the thing in California where they're trying to redo districts.
Oh yeah. Because I mean, California's already gerrymandered like crazy.
Yeah.
They want to gerrymander it even more. And I mean,
because it keeps moving further and further right. Like if you look at the map of California, each voting cycle, more and more people are waking up and going, "What the fuck?" And we need to do something to fix this. The only option available, other than the policies that you guys have always done, is go right. And so a lot of people have been air quotes red pilled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then here's another thing that is very important. Fact that is actually not disputed by either side, which is that when we do the census in the United States, the way the census works for apportionment of congressional seats and electoral college votes for the president is by number of persons in the state, not number of citizens. Right? It's number of people. So you could literally be a tourist and you will count.
Meet Francis. His story is so inspirational, he turned it into a book.
Life is too short to live in fear, Francis proclaimed. And so our hero's journey began, immigrating from Nigeria to the US. Reality hit him like a punch to the chest. Francis had no credit. I can't do anything without credit, he said. Can't rent an apartment, can't get electricity. How will I even make it in this city? For Francis, the answer was Credit Karma. The app never left his side. In time, he got his first credit card, refinanced his car to a lower rate, eventually reached a credit score of 777. And then
now how do they do the census when they do that? Do they ask people? Do they knock on doors? Do they have them fill out forms? Like what?
Yeah, I think they mail out census forms and knock on doors. But the way the law reads right now, is that if you are a human with a pulse, then you count in the census for allocating congressional seats and presidential votes. So
electoral college,
everything. It doesn't matter whether you're legally, illegally. If you are a human with a pulse, you count for congressional apportionment. So that means that the more illegals that California and New York can import by the time the census happens in 2030, the more congressional seats they will have, and the more presidential electoral college votes they will have. So they're trying to get as many illegals in as possible ahead of the census, and because all human beings, even tourists, count for the census, and then if you combine that with gerrymandering of districts in New York and California, let's point out this proposition where they're trying to increase the amount of gerrymandering that occurs in California, the biggest state in the country. The census then would award more congressional seats to California because of the vast number of illegals in New York and Illinois. They get more congressional seats, they get more presidential and college votes that would get them the House, the majority in the House, and then get to decide who's president. Based on this. These are not disputed facts by either party. I want to emphasize that that's okay.
Yeah, this is not a
These are not disputed facts by either party. It's not a. These are just. This is just the way the law works. It is. Like I don't think the law should work that way. I think it should be proportionate. Should be proportionate to citizens.
But isn't that a problem with how the Constitution is written?
Yeah.
They can't really change that.
I'm not sure if it's constitutional or, but it is the way the law is written. I'm not sure if it's in the Constitution or not in this way, but it is that is the way the law is written.
So there is an incentive, but it's an incentive that would be removed with something simple that makes sense to everybody. That only the people that should count are people that are official U.S. citizens.
Yes, the way it should work is that only U.S. citizens should count the census for purposes of determining voting power.
Because people that aren't legal can't vote.
Supposedly, they're not supposed to vote, but they do. But even besides that, like I just emphasize this now because this is a very important concept for people to understand. Is that the law as it stands accounts all humans because in a state for deciding how many House of Representative votes and how many presidential electoral college votes a state gets. So the incentive, therefore, is to if the California, New York, Illinois, to maximize the number of illegals. So they get so that they take House seats away from red states, assign them to California, New York, Illinois, and so forth. Then you combine that with extreme gerrymandering in the California, New York, Illinois, and whatnot, so that basically you can't even elect any Republicans. And then they get control of the presidency, control of the House. Then they keep doing that strategy and to cement a supermajority. That is what they're trying to do.
So that would essentially turn the entire country into California.
Yeah.
Where you have differing opinions, but it doesn't matter because one party is always in control.
Yeah.
When you first started digging into this, when you first started, before you even accepted this role of running Doge and being a part of all that, did you have any idea that it was this fucked up?
I did, yeah. I mean, sort of.
When did you start knowing?
I guess about 2 years ago.
Isn't that crazy?
And relatively recently.
Yeah.
So, I started having. Well, I started basically having a bad feeling about 3 years ago, which is when why I felt it was critical to acquire Twitter and have a maximally truth-seeking platform, not one that suppresses the truth. It was more like I'm not sure what's going on, but I have a bad feeling about what's going on. And then the more I dug into it, the more I was like, holy shit, we got a real problem here. America's going to fall. So
without anyone knowing it had fallen, that would be the problem. It could have fallen and been unrepairable without anyone really being aware of what had happened. Especially if you didn't buy Twitter.
Yes, that's it. Look, buying Twitter was a huge pain in the ass, and made me a pincushion of attacks. Like dab.
Everybody loved you before that.
Well, some people.
So a lot of people loved you. A lot of lefties loved you.
I was a hero of the left.
It was a thing. If you drove a Tesla, it showed that you were environmentally conscious and you were on the right side.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still the same human. I didn't have a brain transplant between since 3 years ago.
Well, that's my favorite bumper sticker that people put on Teslas now. I bought this before Elon went crazy. I took a picture of one the other day.
Oh, you found this?
Oh yeah, I've seen 3 or 4 of them. People that have these bumper stickers on their car. It says, "I bought this before Elon went crazy." Because when people were vandalizing Teslas,
the most organized campaign to literally burn down Teslas and one of our dealerships got shut up with the fire bullets into the Tesla dealership. They're burning down cars. That's crazy. So, but the bumper sticker should read. There should be an addendum to the bumper sticker. It's like, I bought this car before Elon turned crazy. Actually, now I realize he's not crazy, and I've seen the light.
That'll take some time. That'll take some time. People don't want to admit that they've been tricked.
Yeah, I mean, there's that old saying where it's like it's really easy to fool somebody, but it's almost impossible to convince someone that they were fooled.
Yeah. It's much easier to fool them than to convince them they've been fooled. People cling to their ideas.
Yeah.
Especially if they've like publicly stated these things. They get very embarrassed to be foolish.
Yeah, people most certainly double down. And
they find echo chambers.
Yeah, but there's, the thing is that, like, I've seen more and more people who were convinced of the sort of woke ideology see the light.
Yeah.
So not everyone, but it's more and more are seeing the light. And it does have, like, when something happens that really directly affects you.
Right.
Like, there's a friend of mine who was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and they tried to trans his daughter. Like, to the point where the school like sent the police to his house to take his daughter away from him. Now that's going to radicalize. Well, that's going to shake you out of your structure. Now I know
So it was the activists at the school that was trying to do this?
Yeah, the school and the state of California conspired to turn his daughter against him and make her take life-altering drugs that would have sterilized her. And irreversibly.
And how old was she? Yeah.
Like 14, something like that. So he managed to talk the police out of taking his daughter away from him that day, and that night he got on a plane to Texas.
Wow.
And a year later, after just being in a school in like Greater Austin area, she went back to normal, meaning like it wasn't real.
Right. Well, people are being much more open to that now. I mean, Wall Street Journal yesterday had that opinion piece that this whole trans thing, there's a lot of evidence it's a social contagion.
Absolutely.
And Colin Wright wrote that. And then he's getting death threats now, of course. And on Blue Skies, people talk about it, exterminating him, which is one thing that you are allowed to say. You're allowed to say horrible things about people, say possibly truthful things about this whole social contagion. Because that's what, when you get 9 kids that are in a friend group and they all decide to turn trans together,
yeah,
something's wrong. That's not statistically
like here's
feasible.
Like you can convince kids to do anything. You can convince kids to be a suicide bomber.
Right.
So,
which is why they do, in some countries, why they choose children to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can train kids to be suicide bombers. If you can train kids to be suicide bombers, you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, especially with the positive enforcement, cultural enforcement. And the idea that that's not the case.
The kids are valuable. The minds of youth are easily corrupted.
You're also seeing a lot of pushback from gay and lesbian people that are saying, like, hey, if someone did this,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The LGBT, it's like, wait a second, why are we being included all the time in this situation?
Exactly. Especially when, like my friend Tim Jones talked about this. It's like, it's really homophobic because you're taking these gay kids and you're telling them, like, hey, you're not gay, you're actually a girl.
Yes.
And hey, go make it so that you can never have an orgasm again and be happy.
Yeah. Like permanent mutilation, permanent castration of kids is like, I think we should look at anyone who permanently castrates a kid as like right up there with like Joseph Mengele.
Yeah.
I mean, they're mutilating children.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's thought of as being kind. And the thing is, would you rather have a live daughter or a dead son?
That's the line.
Yeah, which is not supported by any data.
No, in fact, the probability of suicide increases.
Right.
This is important for audience to know. The probability of suicide increases if you trans a kid, not decreases. By some accounts, it triples. So that is an evil lie.
And it's a lie that is supposedly passionate. Imagine you've twisted reality to the point where confusing a child that's not even legally allowed to get a fucking tattoo.
Yeah.
Right? Because you think that you can make a mistake with a tattoo. That's a totally removable thing.
Right.
If I wanted to tomorrow, I could go to a doctor and they could laser off every tattoo that I have.
Right.
But I don't want to know that.
Yeah.
But you get sterilized. Like that's it forever. Forever.
Yes.
They'll castrate you. You no longer have testicles. You have
Yes, that's not
no penis. You have a hole where your penis used to be.
Yes.
And this is compassionate. And this is
And actually, a lot of kids die with these sex change operations. They die. The number of deaths on the operating table, people don't hear about this. A lot of kids, because it's we don't really actually have the technology to make this work. So a bunch of the times the kids just die in the sex change operation.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's demented, which it should be viewed as like, like evil Nazi doctor stuff.
That's why it was
like
so
real Nazi, not the bullshit fake Nazi stuff.
crazy that even pushing back against something that seems like fundamentally, logically very easy to argue. The old Twitter would ban you forever.
Yes.
That's how crazy a social contagion can get. When it completely defies logic, victimizes children, does something that makes no sense, not supported by data, all connected to this ideology that trans is good, we gotta save trans kids, protect trans kids.
Yeah, and what I want to emphasize is that the save trans kids thing is a lie. If you castrate kids and trans them, the probability of suicide increases. It does not decrease. It substantially increases. The studies that done that I've seen, the risk of suicide triples if you trans kids. So you're not saving them, you're killing them. Moreover, during the sex change operation, there are many deaths that occur during the sex change operation.
Jesus Christ. It's just crazy.
It's right here.
A real issue.
Yeah. It's.
Let me just get out of this guy's way because he's on my back. Yes, man. Just trying to get out of his way. Because bastard. You as well, man. Stay safe.
It's being shuffled around to NGOs and how much money is involved. It's just totally untraceable funds. Like, this is again something like 2 years plus ago. You weren't aware of it all.
No, I was aware of it. I just didn't realize how big it was. It was just how much waste and forward there is in the government. It is truly vast. In fact, the government doesn't even know, nor did they care.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just like something very basic stuff that will have lasting effects. And some of these things, like they're so elementary, you can't believe it. So, most of the main payments to acquire the congressional appropriation codes. When a payment is made, you have to actually have the congressional appropriation. That used to be optional, and now often just like blank. So the money would just go out, but it wasn't tied to appropriation. Then it also made the comment field for payment mandatory, so you have to say something. We're not saying what is said. Like you can say anything. You could go can't run across the keyboard. You could go put ESDF, but you have to say something about nothing. Because what we found was that there were tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars that was solving payments. So like somebody had approved a payment, somebody had approved a payment, and some recurring payment, and they retired or died or changed jobs, and no one turned the money off. So the money would just keep going out. And it's a pretty rare complaint to a company or an individual. And it's a pretty rare company or individual who will complain that they're getting money that they should not get. And a bunch of money would just go into would transfer payments to the states.
So these are automatic payments.
Yeah, it's automatic payments.
All accounting for them.
Like imagine like this automatic debit of your credit card. and you never look at this thing.
The bitch.
So it's just money going out. That goes I call them zombie payments. That they might have been legitimate at one point, but the person who approved that recurring payment changed jobs, died, retired, or whatever, and no one ever turned the money off. And my guess is that's probably at least $100 billion a year, maybe 200.
And going where?
I mean, there are millions of these payments, so it's, I mean,
Billions.
Yes.
Millions of payments that are going to who knows where.
Yes, so in a bunch of cases, there are fraud rings that operate, professional fraud rings that operate to exploit the system. They figure out some security hole in the system, and they just do professional fraud. That's where we found, for example, people who were, 300 years old in the Social Security Administration database.
Now, I thought that this was a mistake of not registering their deaths, that people were born like a long time ago and it had defaulted to like a certain number. And so that after time, those people were still in the system. It was just an error of the way the accounting was done.
Yeah. So that's not true. So or at least one of two things must be true. There's a typo or some mistake in the computer, or it's fraudulent. But we don't have any 300-year-old vampires living in America, allegedly. And we don't have people in some cases who are receiving payments who were born in the future.
Born in the future?
Born in the future.
Really?
Yes. The people receiving payments whose birth date was like in 2100 and something.
Okay, so
next century.
Is there a task force?
We know that one of two things must be true. That either there's a mistake in the computer or it's fraud. But if you have someone's birthday that's either in the future or where they are older than the oldest living American, because the oldest living American is 114 years old. So if they're more than 114 years old, there is either a mistake, and someone should call them and say, I think we have your birthday wrong, because it says you were born in 86. That was before, before there was really an America. It was like, it's like kind of early. We're still fighting England type of thing. It's like this person either needs to be in the Guinness Book of World Records, or they're not alive.
But still, at the end of the day, money is going towards that account that's connected to this person that is either non-existent or
so so there was like I think something like 20 million people in the Social Security Administration database that could not possibly be alive if their birth date is based on their birth date, they could not possibly be alive.
And then to be clear, 20 million people that were receiving funds?
A bunch of most of them were not receiving funds. Some of them were receiving funds. Most were not receiving funds. So let me tell you how the scam works. It's a bank shot.
Right there.
Hashtag safe by grace.
Shit. Fuck.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
I can.
I'm good. I'm good. So I heard you say happy feast just now. So I'm curious, like, what's that? Like, is today your feast day?
Yes, yesterday is the new moon according to
Okay, so yesterday I was in here too, and I still saying like feast of dedication in the chat. So yesterday was like that feast of dedication, and today is the new moon.
Yeah, so feast dedication started this past weekend, right? And it lasts 8 days. Okay, so this whole week has been feast dedication or Hanukkah for us, right? Now the new moon comes every month. Right? It's the beginning of the new month. That's when the moon is full. That indicates the new month. You gotta read it right now. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. For a second. And if any readers in
It right here.
Raise your hand. Come up. Let's get it.
I'm ready on right now. Trying to get a read on.
Yeah. Let me get it. Hold on a second. All right. So the book of Sirach.
Straight up.
Okay. Now, are you Christians? Do you go to church?
Well, I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, but I have been listening on like I have a friend that is in the truth that's been sharing with me. So I have been interested in looking more to the truth, but no one responded to me. I'm in New York City. I was on.
Did you go out for you?
You didn't hear what I said?
No, I think you went out.
Oh, I was saying I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, but I've been listening in, and I do feel like this is the truth. And I have a friend that's in the truth that's been sharing with me. And I emailed the email on the website to get the information for the school in New York City, but no one got back to me.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna make sure somebody contact you. Don't give up. Like I said, brothers are probably busy. Please make sure if you don't get a response, send an email back to the person at gmail.com. Just to make sure somebody gets on with you. All right. So don't give up. Do not give up reaching out.
Yeah, I gotta read it. We should be here.
Okay, cool. By the way, the reason why I asked you guys, so are you going to church at all right now?
I still go to church. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard for now when they're old. I feel like I'm not even supposed to be there. And it's crazy because I was just telling my friend that's actually in the truth. I was like, like 2 weeks ago, I felt like that was like my last week. Last weekend, I didn't go, but I feel like every time I try to like take a step out, they try to give me more responsibility. Like now they ask me to lead the children's ministry and to lead the children's choir. And like before that, I was doing like community baby shop because I'm a doula. So like I was like really active in like the women's ministry.
Turn in.
Community service part of the church, like helping women in the community that are pregnant or that just had a baby. That's when you get like everything they need, whether diapers, formula, all of those things, clothes, books, all of those things. So it's kind of hard for me, but I still know in my head that that's not where I belong anymore. So I'm just taking it one step at a time.
Right. Yeah, you're gonna end up.
Go directly across, turn up Springfield. What do you think?
You can turn left on yourself.
Because Satan will try to pull you back. But we're gonna read the Apocrypha for a long time, so you know that we read the Apocrypha, which was in the King James 1611 Bible that was taken out. So most churches do not read that version of the Bible. But we're going to go to the book of Ecclesiasticus, or Sirach, chapter 43, and verse 6. And it says, he made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of the times and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
Right.
The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. So the moon is a sign of feast, right? So every month we have a full moon that indicates the new moon, okay? And certain
Fuck is the full moon, the new moon.
indicate a certain time of month where a certain high holy day will be approaching. Okay? Now we know in the winter time, feast of dedication is in winter, right? And most people don't understand that Christ kept the feast dedication, but Christians don't keep feast dedication today. They don't know what that is. Okay? And it's also known as Hanukkah. Christians keep Christmas, which is of God, right? But also the new moon, which is ordained by God. They also don't keep that, nor do they keep the Sabbath. Read again. It says, from the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreases in her perfection, because the moon goes through, how do you say, it's phases. Yeah, cycles or a phase, right? You have your increasing, waning moon, the crescent moon, the half moon, and then when it's all dark.
Yes, sir. You have a great day, man. You an educated?
Yeah, gym teacher.
Gym teacher. All right, then I'm gonna make sure I put you in my prayers, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Head to your pick.
And that's why it says, also it says in there, verse 7, it says, from the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreases in her perfection. The month is called after her name. Okay, because moon comes from his month, right? It says, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven. Okay, so that is one of the high holy days and feasts of God.
It says the month is named after her, increasing. Right? I gotta interrupt because they got. I believe the only thing that IUIC got wrong, the only thing is that, and I think they did it deliberately so that they don't have to share time and space with any other Israelite group, because the moon is the sign of the feast, decreasing, decreasing. So the full moon is a sign of feasts. The month is named after her, increasing. The month begins with the increasing of the moon and the declining of the moon, the waxing and the waning. The moon is a sign of feast that decreases, right? When you look at the feast of, let's say the Passover, which is normally on the 14th to the 15th of the first month, which is Nisan, which is corresponds with March here in the United States. Um, you'll see that the feast is marked by the full moon. Also, I believe it's the Feast of Tabernacles. It's also marked by the full moon. The misconception is that the new moon is the conjunction, the black moon, and it is not. It is not. The new moon is marked by the first visible crescent. Um, Philo agrees, Josephus agrees, and initially I couldn't find any information on that, but time and study has proven that it is so. Morning. Can I go this way? Yeah. Now I'm talking about you. Yeah, like the game.
custom that there was a spirit in the tree, right? Which is why, think about it. What do you have to do? Bow down to the tree. You offer up offerings or gifts under the tree, right? So it was thought that there was a spirit. What was it?
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you? The trunk release is on the trunk, up just above the number 39 on the tag.
Go over. Go on. Go over. I'll be right back.
So this is in the Bible. Yep. No, this is in the Bible. Same Bible.
Was it? Thank you. I appreciate you.
It sounds like,
Does it? Awesome.
sounds like it's a guess.
Thanks for picking us up.
Thank you for taking the ride, man.
So why
Come on, baby.
because they don't
You know what?
believe
Yeah,
in
let me
God.
let you buckle up with the
Hey,
baby
think about this, right?
before I know.
Whatever's in the Bible is not being kept in the Christian. Okay? For example, do you know who you are according to the Bible? What's your nationality? Yeah. According to the Bible, I'm not sure. Okay, well, what would you call yourself? What's your nationality? I'm Somali Bantu. Okay. Your father, Somali? My father is Somali Bantu. Somali Bantu, okay. So, a lot of our people are scattered in West Africa. They scattered over here in North America, scattered in South America, all around the world. Through slavery, we were scattered. 12 tribes of Israel, okay? But in the Bible calls us the Israelites. We were given slave names, okay, through colonialism and so on and so forth. But the Bible prophesied this happening.
It's a round trip, right?
Now, this is all recorded in the Bible. Read a few things. We're going to catch you up. And I'm going to tell you why Christians are not keeping any of the writings in this Bible.
555 Northfield Ave.
Yeah, you was
Start at Deuteronomy 101. So, do you believe in God? Is it Sharmaki? Shamarke. Shamarke. Okay, do you believe in God? Of course. Okay. You're Muslim. Muslim. Yeah, Muslim. Got it. Okay. Watch this.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 1 and verse 1.
Yeah.
These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel.
First and foremost, the book of Deuteronomy is written to Israel, okay, the Israelites. Okay, that's what the book is written to. All right, now let's go to Deuteronomy 28.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 15.
Yeah.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God.
Now this is after, okay, the Exodus out of Egypt, okay, parting of the Red Sea. Moses saved the Israelites out of Pharaoh, okay, part of the Red Sea, all of that. Now he's telling them, listen, if you do not listen to God and His commandments, something is going to happen in future time.
To observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Right. So he warned them that curses are going to come upon thee and overtake you if you decide to break the commandments of God and you don't keep them. So now we're going to read a few curses, okay, from verses 15 to 68 are all curses that fell on the Israelites, okay, in history. Okay, and they identify who they are today. Get that in 46?
Yes, it does. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder.
That's right.
And upon thy seed forever.
Right. So it's talking about the curses. The curses are going to be upon thee for a sign. A sign does what? It tells you what something is. Right. So the sign is going to tell you who the Israelites are today in the last days. Right. So these curses are signs. right? And they're going to be upon the Israelites forever. Now let's read verse 32.
Verse 32.
Yeah.
Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given to another people.
Right. Okay. So this prophetically happens with certain nations of people. Their sons and their daughters was given to another nation of people.
Hey.
Who did this happen to? So
To be real, it happened to many people.
Like who?
It happened to Africans. It happened to Indians. It happened to many people. I wouldn't say just Africans.
But we're probably referring to a whole nation.
And they're going to make sure they get every inch of it.
Yeah.
It's going to be congested and crowded. It's already congested and crowded.
Ready?
Historically, this happened more given to the so-called
See where that car double park?
They weren't.
You can park in that yellow slot over there, and then I just, yeah, you can park in the yellow slot, and I just walk right and come right back. You ready? Come on, let's go meet friends. Let's go meet friends.
Okay, there's been a lot. The Bible is specific about people with their children taken from them, put on slave ships, scattered to all four corners of the earth, losing their land, their heritage, their culture, their identity. Where you live? I live in America right now. Okay. How did people of color get to America? I got here through a refugee camp.
Well, it's land.
The Africans were about on slave ships. Okay, continue, Cowboy.
Yes, sir. So, and these things happen to a nation of people called the Israelites, right? So that's one thing. Now, go to verse 64.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people.
Because he decided to break God's commandments, he said, you know what, I'm going to scatter you among all people. We just talked about slave ships. Right? He said, I'm going to scatter you among all people.
From the one end of the earth, even unto the other.
Right? From Africa, now you in America, in South America, wherever our people scattered, they completely removed from their home country.
And there thou shalt serve other gods.
And wherever we were sent, we served other gods. Okay, this is why we serve Christianity. Okay, we serve Islam. Okay, we learned all of these customs from our slave masters. The sub-Saharan slave trade, we had Arabs over us that sold us into slavery, that were our oppressors, and they taught us Islam. That's where you get the Moors, right? Read.
Which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Right, that wood and stone. You got them hammer stone. Remember that Muslims go and make their odds.
Yeah, my family's from the Caribbean as well, and my wife absolutely abhors this weather. She's fun and quirky during the summer.
I bust up a baby
So is she, August.
on July, the last day. I'm a sudden baby.
And she, as soon as it changes,
Time to go.
you know, we here, right? But she becomes a mean and angry and just, yeah, she's different. In the summer, she thrives. In the winter, she's angry.
Yes, that's us.
She's angry.
Cold.
I'm a winter baby. I was born in December.
Well, okay.
So it doesn't really bother me. I don't like it, but it doesn't bother me. And I haven't gone to my island because I'll never leave. I won't come back.
Oh, wow. It happens like that sometimes.
Yeah, that's why I've never gone. When I go to my island, it's because I'm going there to stay and I'm going to start trouble.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to take the island back from these people. I give my island, I give it 10, maybe 15 more years before there won't be one of us there. It'll be all white people.
Yep. You trying to take
You're taking over everything. That's
everything. Building these, breaking down, tearing down people's houses, building apartments, and then the people that can't afford it.
not only, yeah, they can't afford the apartments, they can't build homes. No, this is ugly, but this is all prophesized. It's prophetic, right? Look at you. You're just going to jump out of the traffic. That's why now I'm studying passages. The Bible is full of prophecies, and a lot of them have already come to pass. A lot of them. So if the book is filled with prophetic passages, and a lot of them have come to pass, chances are the rest of them are going to come to pass, right? So now I'm studying biblical passages. I rejected the Bible because Islam teaches the Bible is corrupt, but it's not. It's not corrupt. And it's not even Islam that teaches that. It's Arabs that teach that. It's not Islam, because I studied the Quran. The Quran does not say that the Bible is corrupt. In fact, the Quran says that the word of God cannot be corrupted. Right? That's what the Quran says. The Quran also says that if ever anyone is in doubt about whatever is written in the Quran, that they should refer back to the people of the book. The people of the book are the children of Israel, God's chosen people. Refer back to them and get the information you need from them in their book. Thing is, we've been lied to about who the children of God are. We've been lied to. We've been told that those people there are the children of God, and they are not. Jesus called them liars. I know the blasphemy of they who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie, and are the synagogue of Satan. He called them that, not me. I didn't say that about them. Christ called them that. And I'm like, well, okay, so if they're not the children of Israel, who is? That's what this gentleman is explaining right now. The children of Israel were told that they would be taken from their lands, sold into captivity, and destroyed as a people until they don't know who they are. Well, it's clear to me that that's a lot of traffic for this time of day. All right, thank you. Appreciate you.
The way how this man in that White House is going on, not even food some of us not going to be able to put on our table. He found $40 billion to give to Antigua, one of those countries, but he can't find $40 billion to help the U.S., the people that are in the U.S. And I feel instead of helping outsiders, you should be more thinking about even the homeless, the veterans, all of those people that,
I agree,
fight for this country.
I agree. But tell me, what was the last president that did anything for the United States? None. The last president that tried anything for the United States was assassinated. His name was John F. Kennedy. And every president since then has learned. We do what we're told. We thought that the president had power. He does not. The reason that they don't like Trump is because he's not part of their cabal. There are 47 presidents, right? From the first one to the last one. All of them are related by blood. Even Barack Obama is related to them by blood, except one president. Can you guess who that president is that wasn't related to them or isn't? Donald Trump. He's the only one not related to the cabal. Right? right? And if you study every president, including Barack Obama, from the first to the last, and you go back just 5 generations on them, every one of them owned slaves, including Barack Obama's father. Only one president's family did not own slaves, 5, 10, 15 generations. Can you guess who that is?
Trump.
Donald Trump. His family never owned slaves. This is why they hate him, because he's not part of their cabal. He's not part of their system. What he's trying to do is going to harm the people before it helps them. You know how they say the quiet before the storm, or the calm before the storm? He has to reset a system that was put in place hundreds of years ago. And in order to do that, he's got to tear everything down to build it back up. And in order to tear everything down, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Plus, for us, what we call black and brown people, this was never intended for us. When they wrote that Constitution, they didn't consider us in that. They didn't consider, I mean, in fact, they said that anyone who is black or brown is 3/5 of a person. And that the Native American was a savage. So they was including us. This is for white people by white people. So they don't really care about us.
Good morning. They're gonna take it up. Estimated for what? Oh, Jasmine is gonna be. Oh.
Oh wow, look at this.
Yeah, I wish I did tell you to go make the left instead of the right.
I can get off.
No, you good.
Take it
Don't
up.
worry about it. I get there. That's life.
Yeah, hey.
Never a problem to be late. It's best to be late than sorry.
I agree. Plus, I tell myself and others that I never arrive late. I arrive exactly when my Lord intended me to arrive.
Yeah. Because if you arrive on time, you never know what will happen.
Yeah, no, look, I arrived exactly when God wrote in his book of life that I would arrive.
Because only God knows my future.
That's it, right? I have no power. I'm powerless. But I can't wait for the coming of the Lord. I mean, I can. Right?
I can't wait.
But I can't wait.
To
Oh, yeah. What's the best thing for me is, even if I don't make it into the kingdom, right? 2 things are satisfying my soul. First, this system is over. Not the world, not the earth. The earth will, he's going to give a new earth and a new Jerusalem. But the system that we're in, this wicked, demonic system that controls the world, the system is over. And when he comes through there, through that sky that's cracked, and he comes out of that, they're going to see a black man.
But they did say God is black.
He
God
is.
Hero, remember?
Yeah, he is.
Listen.
He is. And they want to say Arab or olive complected. No. The Bible don't say that. Bible says his skin is a fine brass, as if it burned in a furnace. Anything that burns in a furnace is not any color but black. I've checked. I've had brass pieces that I've burned, and they came out black. So for me, that does my heart good. Because when I read the description of Christ in the Bible, I have an Uncle Leroy. When you look at him, he's on the island in Borinquen, in what they call Puerto Rico. He's there. But when you look at him, my Uncle Leroy has black skin. And he has an afro, long woolly afro, and it's all white. And my uncle's a wino. He drinks wine, right? And the whites of his eyes are red.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're red. So when I see that, and I read the description of Christ, it says his hair and his head were, his skin dark as if burned in a furnace, and his eyes were red as a flame of fire. So in the prophet Isaiah and the prophet Dan speak that Christ's eyes were red with wine. So I was like, well, that's my Uncle Leroy.
My daughter, we all have D names. So when I'm ready to have my son, she looked in the Bible and she said, "Mommy, you should name Daniel." So she turned to me. I said, "Why should you name Daniel?" She said, "If you don't, God going to send you." So when I named him Daniel, his dad was mad. So I was like, I'm not giving him your name. His name is going to be. When my son get old enough, he read the whole entire chapter of Daniel, and he went to the pastor and tell him why Daniel was in the den, the lion's den. I went to the pastor, look at me and say, keep him in the Bible.
That's right.
My son is a quarterback for West Orange High School, and before every game, he put up a scripture on his page, his Instagram page. And I was like, don't you ever forget where you're coming from. The family you born in is from God.
That's right.
We are all, everybody. He wanted to get baptized when he was young, like around 6, 7 years old. I was like, we maybe you're gonna, but he's never shown sign that he's gonna be a bad. Well, I make sure of that.
That's right.
He can't even wear his pants down to and show his butt. So he knows not to play with me. You dress proper like a gentleman, you get to the level that you want to be. You understand? Don't come out here dressing like a hoodlum. They're not gonna look at you. They're gonna look at you as a joke. So you better dress to impress, and you better be a leader, not a follower.
That's right.
So
Well, he can't help it.
no, he's a leader.
That's right.
Straight up, because even though on his team, he's the leader.
The quarterback, right?
Regardless if they don't want to listen, they listen to him. But in the last 2 games that he has, every game he started, they won. But then is that because he was late for school one day? Is that told the coach not to play that Friday? They lost.
Oh, Lord.
Then the following week, the coach decided not to start him. They lost again, and they didn't get to go. They came all the way because they ranked number one since because he just started going to that school and was doing well because he was going to Orange Eye and he wasn't doing nothing but trying to grades dropping when he was the highest honor student. Now he's back up on his level. You understand?
If I may, give him that. This was put. No, it's fine. This was put together by a group called Israel United in Christ, who are telling us, the so-called black and brown people, the children of Israel, that we are the children of Israel. And they list the 12 tribes and who we are today.
But I don't got you. The first person who was a Jew is a black man.
Say again?
The first Jewish is a black man. You know that, right?
Well,
but when I work with a Jewish company, and when I said it to some of the Jewish individuals, they got mad. I said, you can read up in it. I could go on Google and show it to you. The first person who was a Jewish is a black man.
Right, but see, there's the thing is that the word Jew comes from the tribe of Judah, right? It's a shortening of the name Judah, right? To be Jewish is like being childish. I'm an adult male, a grown man, right? If I start acting like a child, I'm childish. I'm not a child, but I'm behaving like a child, so I'm childish. They are Jewish, like they're Jews, but they're Jewish.
Dominion Day. Now Chinese people is coming over there and taking over everything. Okay, so that's why in the Bible it said that the people of God will be the savior. That's what Jesus Christ said he was going to do. He was going to save the people who were lost. Here it is, Matthew chapter 10, verse 5.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 5. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
That's why in Jamaica they was already singing songs. Desmond Decker. Oh, the Israelites. That's probably before you was born. I was a little kid when he was singing that song. They knew their heritage, that they was the Israelites. You knew people that's in American culture and hip hop and social media. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't study, y'all don't know nothing. So when America tells you, you become. Whatever they make you, you are. But God said that he would do this. John chapter 3, verse 27.
Joel chapter 2, verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
You people are ashamed because of the name that the colonizer put on. Ain't no such thing as New Jamaican. You got history, look it up. That was a name put on you, just like the black people they brought here, and they called them Americans. Okay? Just like in all the islands, all of them they were colonized. The only difference between a Guyanese, and a Guyana, Aaron, I didn't say no name.
No, he said,
the Virgin Islands used their own tongue of the slave origin that was brought in those places. Okay?
are you saying that the Caribbean are the same as the Black Americans, or we're different from the Africans?
The only difference is where the slave ship traveled. That's the only difference. Again, I agree with you. It's from a place of ignorance. But I'm telling you, if you listen, okay, you got to speak a little bit. And you listen to even regular artists. You got a group in England. And they had a song called Red, Gold, Black, and Green. And they said, remember when we used to dress like kings, turn for our land. And they all about what the Bible said. Our movement came, our president lived there. Boys living there, white people. That's why they call Caucasian. Caucasian means cave dweller. They came out of the caves and made us slaves. It's all in Jamaican music. It's the Jamaicans now, they don't know nothing. The Jamaicans now are ignorant. All they care about is going to the club, smoking weed, and all these nasty dances and all this stupid foolishness. The Jamaican man just want to stick his dick in every woman and make babies. What's that artist? That artist was great. They said, how much think about her? Like, what you want to hear about her? Be that real bad man. Don't know what the niggas do.
All the way to the Williamsburg, just one huge parking lot. East and West Grand Central Parkway is slow between Jewel Avenue and the Clearview, and the East and West LIE over by the Fairgrounds, 108th Street, and towards the Cross Island Parkway round trip. You have big volume in Queens. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. 30 minutes into the George Washington Bridge from the Turnpike, 45 on the outbound side, mostly cross Bronx delays. Heavy southbound Harlem River Drive towards the FDR. So you have the Triborough Bridge backing up because of that, because of the Manhattan span heading towards the Harlem River Drive is all backed up. 25 minutes into the Lincoln and Holland, West Side Highway would be better for you in and out of Manhattan. Keep in mind it is a gridlock alert day today in New York City. It'll be that way to the 19th of December. Andre Ferro, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Well, you know, if you headed out the door, the smack with that cold air right in the face. If you haven't headed out yet, well, that's what you're going to get. We dip down before we go back up for the weekend. Let's get the latest from AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg.
Scott, you have to go back all the way to the beginning of March to see the last time temperatures were this low across the tri-state. We started out, I think, early in March with temperatures in the upper teens. Pretty close this morning in the low 20s. We'll see sunshine to start, then clouds increase. That'll seal off the cold day, with temperatures only reaching a high of 31. The cold does ease, thankfully, for the weekend. We should be at or above 40 degrees tomorrow and again on Sunday, but it turns colder again for Monday and Tuesday. Meteorologist Joe Lundberg, the 4-day forecast moments away on New York's weather station. 1010 winds on 92.3 FM. And over New Jersey, code blue alerts have been issued in several counties, including Essex and Hudson. Public libraries, shopping malls, and senior facilities will serve as warming centers. A massive shakeup in Hollywood today. Netflix strikes a $72 billion deal to buy Warner Brothers Discovery studio and streaming business. This move brings HBO, DC Studios, and Warner's legendary film library under the Netflix roof. The cash and stock deal values Warner at nearly $83 billion and closes after Warner spins off its Discovery cable networks in 2026. Warner shares jumped on the news while Netflix and Paramount slipped. Netflix says it will honor Warner's theatrical release commitments, a major shift for the streamer that's really kept most of its originals online. The deal follows a months-long bidding war that included Comcast and Paramount, which made several all-cash offers, but ultimately lost out to Netflix. Well, I'll tell you what, you've come a long way from delivering DVDs in those red envelopes, right? Protests over MTA fare hikes are coming next month. A group known as Fair Ain't Fair demonstrated outside Governor Hochul's Midtown office yesterday, calling on officials to find other ways to raise cash. Kristen Joseph put the rally together. He tells Pix 11 many New Yorkers are struggling.
It adds up and it means a whole lot to working families where every dollar and every cent counts.
The base fare on subway and bus rides will increase 10 cents to $3 on January 4th. Tolls at MTA-owned bridges and tunnels are also going up. MTA Chairman Janno Lieber in a statement says the increases are well below inflation. Federal agents raided Queens yesterday, arresting at least one person in an operation that has rattled the community.
Early Thursday morning, the feds showed up in Jackson Heights. Eric says it was agents from the Homeland Security Investigations team.
I just seen a lot of people yelling at them, a lot of people cursing at them, and that's not the first time. I seen them here in the summer one time. We were sitting on these benches right here in the middle of the street, and we yelled at them. They were trying to sell us all mind our own business, and we were like, this is our neighborhood, it is our business.
He says they showed up wearing their uniforms and began walking the streets.
I thought the whole purpose of all this was to get the bad guys. They're down there. They're not in these houses. They're not these people over here.
Eric says he'll be one of the people on the lookout to see if any federal agents come back, and if they... Mary Lombardi, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM in Jackson Heights.
We've reached out to Homeland Security for comment, have not heard back just yet. Drag racing, fireworks, and a car set ablaze that all happened during a wild car meetup in Queens last month. Police say dozens of people and roughly 50 cars went to 141st Street near 11th Avenue in Whitestone on November 23rd. They were doing donuts, they were racing, and other car stunts. Fireworks also set off, which ignited a parked vehicle. When a 50-year-old homeowner came out to confront the racers, he was punched in the face, as was his wife. Police so far have arrested one person, 19-year-old Justin Aguilera from Far Rockaway, charged him with gang assault, trespassing, and taking part in a riot. Well, this was a murder case that was once linked to the Gilgo Beach murders. Well, years after the bodies of a woman known as Peaches and her 2-year-old daughter were found within miles of each other on Long Island, a man has now been charged with that crime.
Andrew Dyke's arrest near Tampa happened on Wednesday in connection with the 1997 death of Tanya Jackson. Her body, found in Lakeview, while the remains of her 2-year-old daughter, Tatiana, discovered near Gilgo Beach, but it was 14 years later. John Ray, an attorney for several of the Gilgo victims, saying this opens up many questions yet again.
Does it mean that perhaps there will be more connections made among the other victims and possibly others elsewhere as well? It appears to be a big step in that direction. This will give us perhaps linkages that we could not prove before and that we're looking at.
Ray says he's always believed there are multiple killers involved in the Gilgo case, and they may be connected in some way. Bloodshot, 1010 wins, 92.3 FM.
Well, yesterday, my friends, we told you about that thief in New Zealand who swallowed up a $19,000 pendant and tried to steal it from a high-end jewelry store. Well, police in that country waited for 6 days to recover that thing. And good news, it's a boy. I mean, it's still intact. Officers closely monitored the suspect while waiting for the piece to naturally exit his system. The pendant, inspired by the 1993 film Octopussy, James Bond, is one of only 50 made, featuring gold, enamel, and more than 180 diamonds. Police say it was recovered intact. Chain and price tag still available. Still attached to that thing. The price tag, that couldn't have felt too good. 32-year-old suspect remains in custody and will appear in court on Monday. See, police patience this time around, solving the crime. Wins News Time 8:48. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the ultra-talented Kathleen Marple Kalb is in for Susan Richard today. Susan was getting 2 wisdom teeth pulled yesterday. And while I was working my way and doing my thing at Wegmans, immediately after she walked out of the dentist, I received not 1, but 2 voicemail messages from Ms. Richards, a legendary voice here on 1010 Wins, of which I'd like to share highlights of those voicemails with you now. Fellas, can I grab a little music? Yeah, you don't get to see folks. First of all, did you feel the way I'm down? I can't even talk. My whole tongue is totally numb. Sorry. I have my 2 wisdom teeth and the back folds. It's now ridiculous. My whole tongue is numb. My whole bottom of the face is numb. Oh my God, it's so funny. I just want you to hear it. I'm sorry, that is so fun. I think there's one more. Anyway, so that's it. That's really dumb, ridiculous. Okay, bye. Yes, I believe she's home right now, recovering over the weekend, so she is back in full bloom on Monday.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to home heating oil, Sloman's delivers more than just quality fuel. They deliver peace of mind. Call Sloman's today at 866-GET-HEAT or visit oil.slomans.com.
Twins News Time 8:51. Got to get you where you need to go. Here's Andre Farrell. If you're going towards Queens and the eastbound side of the LIE by Francis Lewis Boulevard, we have a disabled vehicle there, and that's what's causing that extra slowdown. It's been slow on the Grand Central in that vicinity as well, heading towards the Clearview and over by Alley Palm Park with the new traffic pattern there. If you're heading across the George Washington Bridge, here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. 25 minutes in and about 40 minutes outbound, the westbound side of the Bruckner is slowed by the Hunts Point Drawbridge, and you do have big delays on the northbound being headed up towards the 3rd Avenue Bridge. The Tri-Borough Bridge has been slow heading towards Manhattan because of the Harlem River Drive delays. Now, keep in mind, it is another gridlock alert day today in Manhattan, so keep that in mind. You want to go with mass transit. It's going to be that way to the 19th of December. That doesn't include weekends, although the weekends are just as crazy coming into Manhattan with all the tree lighting and all the tourists in town. Inbound Lincoln Tunnel, that's going to cost you at least 25 minutes. About the same with the inbound Holland, so it's not brutal. What's brutal is the inbound Gowanus in Brooklyn. You don't want to go on us from Fort Hamilton Parkway up to the Brooklyn Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge, Brooklyn bound, and the westbound side of the BQE from Queens Boulevard to the Kosciuszko to the Williamsburg to Flushing Avenue. Just brutal. Andre Farrow, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
When it comes to home heating oil, Sloman's delivers more than just quality fuel. They deliver peace of mind. Call Sloman's today at 866-GET-HEAT or visit oil.slomans.com.
All right, meteorologist Joe Lundberg, people can use some heat today, my friend.
Oh, they certainly can. Maybe some nice hot bowl of soup and some hot cocoa or something like that. Because it is cold. We're starting out at 20 this morning. We've got some sunshine. Keep it for a few hours before the clouds return later this afternoon. But in between, it's only going to get to 31. Now, as the clouds continue to move in tonight, temperatures really fall very little, probably holding in the upper 20s to near 30. And late tonight, there may be a little freezing drizzle or flurry activity to contend with. So that could cause things to be a little slippery as you head out the door early tomorrow. But that goes away later tomorrow. It gets a little bit milder with lots of clouds and a high of 40. It'll stay in the low 40s with clouds and limited sun for Sunday. Alpha comes through, dries things out, and Monday will be windy and colder again with some sunshine and a high of 31. With some sun in Central Park, it's 20. Greenville is 9. That wind northeast at 10. The humidity just 36%. It's very dry, very cold. We're going up to just 31. I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg on New York Weather Station 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
I thank you, Joe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we all look at the summer fun to do this weekend. Well, it's New York. There's always something to do on the weekend. And we are sponsored by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. And by Spector & Associates, your serious injury law firm. Nothing says Christmas in New York like skating beneath the Brooklyn Bridge.
You're welcome, sir. You have a great day and travel safe.
Christmas with a backdrop of New York. To provide the perfect winter moment, visit RollingRink.com. This Saturday, Parade on Rockaway returns to Jamaica, Queens, a Christmas tradition for more than a decade. The lights shine brighter each year. Can't make it to the parade? Check out the holiday market open Friday through Sunday. Visit ParadeOnRockaway.com. And that's some things to do this weekend. I'm Lane Bajardi for 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM. LeBron James had a nice streak going. Actually, it was a record streak. 1,297 straight games of double-digit scoring. 10 points or more in all of those games straight. Last night against the Raptors, LeBron had the ball in the final seconds. He only had 8 points up on the board. So instead of throwing up the game winner, possible game winner, LeBron gave it up to Rui Hachimura. That's Bill McDonald on Spectrum Sportsnet. Lakers won at 123 to 120. After the game, LeBron was asked if he had any regrets about giving up that shot. You think in the car ride home, he's like, I can't believe I didn't take that shot, you son of a gun. You gotta be kidding me. Now let's get it. We're presented by our friends at Dime Community Bank. Here's captivates audiences by bringing the night to life with live planetarium shows and portable domes that accommodate up to 80 people. It's no surprise to the that schools also sit. Billy, I knew me. And before that came to sport, I sanctified you.
Your spirit up. It's a spiritual cleansing. Read on.
And I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations.
Because he knew he was going to make people speak on his behalf on earth. That's why it says, go to Joel chapter 2, verse 27.
Joel chapter 2, verse 7.
What people are trying to download a spirit into a computer. That's why they created AI. That's the closest they can to get to a thinking human being. White people could grow a baby in a lab, but they can't put a soul into that child. That's what stem cell research is. They could clone the body, but they cannot put a soul into the child, because the soul comes from God. That's why I tell you in Isaiah that they will try to be like God. They already know how to clone human beings. They're just not telling you. They've been doing that since the early 1900s. That's why Hitler was trying to create a master race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed superhumans, because they felt that that was better, to have blonde hair, blue eyes, and beautiful skin. Look it out. He was trying to create a master race. Okay? Those were the best scientists in the world. Then they came up with stem cells. Now they can take their cells and grow a human being alive.
chapter 2, verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed.
That's when you find out who you are. You won't be ashamed. Right now, you're ashamed. Okay? Right now, you're ashamed of who you are. Especially you women. You want your face lighter. You want your hair straighter. Look at Beyonce. She turned into a fucking white woman. That's not how she used to look. You're bleaching your skin. Everything white is right. You hate how you look in your sight. So God says, my people shall never be ashamed. Read on.
Verse 28. And it shall come to pass afterward.
And little Kim, she turned into a fat Chinese woman. She was beautiful before she did all that shit to herself. Like a fat Chinese woman. Like you can put her in any Chinese restaurant. She go, she looked like a fat Chinese woman. With all that plastic surgery she did to herself. Read again.
I have a question right now.
Okay, go ahead. You can ask me a question.
Kids at your church, they have Bible school, Bible study and stuff like that? Or
They have separate studies. There's a separate place for the kids. What I'm saying, I can't say to kids.
When you preach, or whoever preaches is pretty raw, so the kids are separated. Like,
yes, I don't have kids where I am.
New message from Ladina.
Kids are not going to understand.
Okay, thank you for
So
letting me know.
we have the young daughters of Sarah. Okay, well we keep the girls. The older women are teaching them. Okay, you don't get to hear me until you reach a certain age.
Okay, I'm asking because, like, if I do come to your church,
Are you traveling outside of New Jersey?
No problem, I completely understand.
Okay, I'm beginning the cancellation now. Period. I will send you a message as soon as it's done. As a heads up, comma, when you order the next Uber, please send the driver a message informing him that you're traveling into New York State so that they are informed, because the majority of drivers during this day do not travel into New York City. Period. Some will, but most don't. Period. So just send them a message informing them that you're traveling into New York. Period. I will send you a message when the cancellation is complete and I'm certain that you are not being charged a fee. Period.
Anything that was around, he had the cap on the bottle, and that's how you knew how serious this was, because you could talk with this guy, but as soon as you turn your back, he just puts things inside of his mouth he shouldn't have. So I have extensive interaction with people that are mentally ill, from old people to the youngest of kids. They will bring kids in handcuffs. Okay, a 6-year-old child attacked his mother with a knife. I've seen everything you could think of. So I'm showing you a case here. Read it again.
Wheresoever he taketh them, he teareth them.
Read it again. I forgot what it was.
Verse Mark chapter 9, verse 17. And one of the multitude answered and said, Master, I have brought unto thee my son, which hath a dumb spirit.
He says it's dumb because that's the type of spirit that they use. The spirit, it don't make no sense, the things that the child is doing. There's a spirit inside of them that are doing things that we called, we termed it crazy. The word crazy wasn't around back then. Or we say mental illness, that wasn't around. We put technical terms on it. Back then they said it was a dumb spirit. Read on.
And where's the real? He taketh him, he teareth him, and he fought.
The spirit is making him foam at the mouth. The spirit is making him so it says that it teareth him and making him foam at the mouth. Read on.
And gnasheth with his teeth.
And gnash with their teeth. Like an animal. Read on.
And pineth away.
And he's wasting away. Because the one that I told you, he wouldn't eat regular food. He was losing weight. So his parents brought him there because the mother couldn't take him no more. She put him in the sight place. And it was difficult with around 24-hour around the clock care. Because nobody really understood what was going on. Read on.
And I spake to my disciples that they should cast him out. And they could not.
So that's why I told you, not everybody has the power to pull spirits out. These are people that walk directly with Christ, and they couldn't heal that boy. Read on.
He answered them and said, O faithless generation.
It wasn't up. It was someone that took advantage of him. Let's just put it that way. So anybody can have a mental illness at any time. Enough pressure is on you. When 9/11 happened, I was working at that hospital, and I watched police officers coming there. It was me because they watched people jump out the 90th floor of the Twin Towers. I watched firemen coming in crying like babies. I watched people, the professionals coming there, and most of them was going to the psychiatric ward because people were jumping off the building when it was on fire. And we were the first responders. So as the hospitals downtown filled up, the bodies started coming where we were. So people was coming in looking for their family. Okay? So I've seen a lot of shit that the only thing that made me understand what was going on is the Bible. So this man here brought his child to get help, and the disciples that Christ gave spiritual power, they could not get the demon out. Read on.
Verse 19. He answered him and said, O faithless generation.
Because whether that demon leaves you or not is based on your faith. And faith, you have to build it out. Read on.
How long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him unto me. And they brought him unto him. And when he saw him,
Okay, cancellation is complete. It should
and he fell on the ground.
update your application in just a moment.
Because the spirit don't want to.
Period. If there are any issues, use your writer app and message me, and I will ensure everything.
How long is it ago since this came unto him? And he said, of a child.
So he said, how long has this
Travel safe. Period. Have a great rest of your day.
I ain't never saw somebody turn crazy and the doctor they give them medication and they come back sane. That's why a lot of people they stop taking the medication. The medication only suppresses the spirit. But people they want to make sure that when I came on my shift, I looked at his paperwork. I saw he had his last medication. Because if I switch shifts and the last shift didn't give him his medication, he is a problem to me. I've had patients try to kill me, stab me, spit on me, throw doodle on me, piss on me, everything you can think of. Bite me. I got teeth marks in my chest from working at that hospital. Now, some people be like, why you stay there? I'm glad I stayed there because that's what made me the man that I am now. If I didn't see that side of human beings, I wouldn't be here talking about no bite. Okay, that's what made me realize why this world is the way it is. I learned about God working in that hospital. Read on.
Verse 22. And oftentimes it has cast him into the fire.
It was trying to burn him up. That spirit was thrown in the fire. Read on.
And into the waters.
And try to drown him. Because a lot of times those spirits are trying to kill the person. Or that's why they say, I remember when I would be in the emergency room and they would tell me the patient, what type of patient we got, and I would put my gloves on, I would call my supervisor for backup. The two questions, they would say, are you hearing voices? The person say yes. Are the voices telling you to harm yourself or others? The person says yes. That's when I step in. Okay? So a lot of people, we don't take that serious. We take it lightly. So he asked them what? Read it again.
And oftentimes it hath cast him into the fire and into the water to destroy him.
The spirit is trying to destroy you. Read on.
But if thou canst do anything, have compassion on us.
And that's what we lack as human beings. We don't have compassion. Okay? That's why when I see a mother and she's saying, some mothers can't make it to our school because they was like, I can't control my child. He got autism. Or she got autism. It's hard. If you're not dealing with that with experience, most people don't have compassion. They just look at them and be like, yo, her kid is crazy. Or they'll tell the other kids stay away from them. Because they don't understand that this is not a mental illness, it's a spiritual illness. Read on.
And help us. Jesus said unto him, if thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that
that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to. Your faith and your belief. We have not reached that to that level yet. I'm knowledgeable of the Bible, but I'm still building up my faith. My faith came through my bad experiences when I realized that there's no man on earth that can fix these problems that I'm seeing. That's what made me say there has to be a God. People cannot just be this way. And that's the answers that the Bible gives. Okay, I'm knowledgeable now, but my faith is not where it needs to be yet. As we increase our faith, we'll be able to do what Christ does here. Because notice why he told the disciples you can't do it. He said, you faithful, you faithless generation, how long shall I be with you? Read it again, read it.
Verse 19. He answered him and said, O faithless generation, how long shall I be with you?
Pretty much today, if he was here, I'll be like, y'all make me sick. Y'all getting on my damn nerves because Christ's job was to increase the people's faith, but they were not getting it. This was written 2,000 years ago. And he gave them the instructions, and that's why they give you the story of Peter walking on water, and then he starts to sink. Why was he sinking? Because of his faith. There was a lot of things that they couldn't do because of their faith. So that's what America has done to us. It's broken our faith. For you to have faith, you must define your worth first. You must see value in yourself. And America taught us we're naked, black, you ugly, look at your hair, look at your nose, you're nothing, you're illiterate, You hate each other, so we got to repair that damage first. We got to get rid of our hurt and define our worth before we leave this earth. Because eventually, when you leave this earth, like I said, you're going to stand before God.
He answered him and said, O faithless generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him unto me. And they brought him unto him. And when he saw him, straightway the spirit tear him.
Because the spirits know who the men of God are. Read on.
And he fell on the ground and wallowed foaming. And he asked his father, how long is it ago since this came unto him? And he said, of a child, and oft times and have cast him into the fire and into the waters to destroy him. But if thou canst do anything, have compassion upon us and help us. Jesus said unto him, if thou canst believe, all things are possible to them that believe it.
So don't never let no man say that they can heal your child, because the healing starts with the belief of the people around him. Christ, who can heal people, said, if you believe, it could be possible. And this is why I tell you, I don't call out to the church. It's in church, you don't get to define your word. All they dare to do is make money off of you. My job is to take you through the scripture to paint the picture, so that when your faith is increased, if I can't help you, then I don't want to be around you. Okay? The church, they want you around so they can keep you down. You fill their pockets up. So if I cannot help you, I'm not going to come around you. I'm wasting my time with you. So that's why the scriptures tell you the priest's lips should keep knowledge. Everybody got something that they're going through in their life. And if you want, what good is just go to church just to show up there? For what? And then give this nigga my money? I ain't giving you shit. Because you're in the pulpit? That don't make no sense. And there's so much knowledge in this Bible. Every time I read it, I learn something new. So my job is to take what I've learned new and give it to you. Not have you come in there giving me money every week. It's time for that foolishness to stop. Read on.
Verse 24. And straightway the father of the child cried out and said with tears, Lord, I believe. Help thou mine unbelief.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Please help my unbelief. Because a lot of us, the reason why we're down is because we don't believe in ourselves. There's psychological trauma that's very cold. We're better off now. We still hate each other. Just look around. There shouldn't be no single parent household. There shouldn't be no big
LA Fitness?
There shouldn't be no
That's where we're going? LA Fitness?
Yeah. We shouldn't have people selling drugs in the park. We shouldn't have police pulling us over. And we've normalized it. We think that this is just how it's supposed to be. We shouldn't have little kids beat up a mother. Last week we was talking about it because they turned it on camera. 9, 10-year, 11-year-old kids jumped a woman with her son and sent her to the hospital. And then the parents are trying to justify what the kids did. You don't know what you don't know their life, you don't know what they did. That's why we didn't see no fathers. If we have done something like that, my father would slap him. I remember my father told me, if you go to jail, don't go. Okay, so me and my brother was the first one to go. My father said, you're gonna stay there. My other brother got arrested, he didn't go. I learned my lesson. Read.
Verse 25. When Jesus saw that the people came running together, he rebuked the foul spirit.
So Christ waited for a crowd to come and he did what?
Rebuked the foul spirit.
Now he told that spirit to get out. We have to bring ourselves to that level where we can pray to God, where our faith increases, where we can tell God, remove this spirit from this child and make them whole again. And I believe if it happened in the Bible, eventually God is going to bring
saying unto him, thou dumb and deaf spirit,
I charge thee, come out of him and enter no more into him.
Now, what the white people did, they took this scene and made a movie called The Exorcist. That's right. And made billions of dollars. With Linda Blair, they had it tied up. That stuff is not in the Bible. Oh, that's just nonsense. That's not real. Okay? Those people are not people of God. The Catholic Church has nothing to do with God. But they knew that the stuff was real. And because people don't read, we believe more in that satanic stuff that they had there in that movie instead of what we're reading here. So my job is to increase your faith and make you great. Okay? Not for you to come every Sunday for me to tell you everything's going to be all right now. Hurt your neighbor. Let's be God is good all the time. That's bullshit that they teach in the pulpit. God is not good all the time. Read your Bible. When God gets angry and he's black, y'all don't know what's going to happen next. The last book of the Bible says he's going to judge the earth again. What he did with the flood is nothing compared to what the last book of the Bible says will happen again. Malachi chapter 4, what does God say?
Yeah, these are men who are teaching the Bible from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Amos chapter 9.
Yeah, the Bible they're teaching is that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are from the sinful kingdom. And I will
But everything that's
destroy it
here in the
from
Bible. And
Yeah, he makes that clear. This is the Bible.
This is the Bible.
You people ain't reading the Bible. I'm reading the Bible.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Before they would just take the good part of the Bible
That's it.
and brainwash you.
That's
and
it.
That ball.
And then pass
Everything is good.
pass the plate around.
Yeah.
Get money.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, no. It's crazy. The Bible, whoop.
Oh yeah.
It's a true book.
It's a true book.
It's a true book. There's no doubt about it. For me, there's no doubt now.
I have poured the sifted in a sea, yet shall not the least grain fall.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome very much, dear. You as well, dear.
Shall die by
You're good.
which say the evil shall not overtake you.
As long as you come in here and give money, the evil shall not prevent or overtake you. That's a lie. You have to repent for the evil not to overtake you. Okay? Go back to that, man.
Sir. Mark chapter 9, verse 26. And the Spirit cried and rent him sore and came out of him, and he was as one dead. And so much that many said, he is dead.
It was like, you killed him. Jesus, you killed him. Read on.
But Jesus took him by the hand and lifted him up, and he arose. And when he was coming to the house, his disciples asked him privately, why could not we cast him out?
Because Christ already gave them spiritual power. So it was like, Christ, what's going on? How come we couldn't do it? Look what Christ says. Read on.
And he said unto them, this kind can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting.
Some of the spirits are so heavy, you need to pray and fast. Most of our people don't know what it means to fast. They don't even know how to pray. They don't know what to say. So there are some people that I've seen get healed after their faith has increased. I've seen people who get healed and then they get worse off. The scriptures speak about that. Give me when the unclean spirit has gone out of a man. The Bible speaks about it. That spirit can come back to you if you don't keep your vessel, if you don't keep your soul in accordance with fulfilling God's goal. The devil will come back and take your soul. Got it?
Yes, sir. Matthew chapter 12, verse 43. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth
so that
none.
spirit will leave one body and it's looking for another body to get into. So he's checking whose body can I get it, because you have to allow that spirit to enter into. So it says he walketh through dry places, finding rest, and findeth none. Read on.
Then he said, I will return into my house from whence I came out.
So he felt good inside of your body. So he wants to get back inside. Read on.
And when he is come, he findeth it empty.
Why is it empty? Because the Spirit of God is supposed to be there to keep the demon out. Okay, I'm going to show you the scriptures. Get 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16. This is why that demon, when he comes to try and enter you, he says, look, there's no protection here. Read it.
1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God?
Your body is just a temple to house the Spirit. Read on.
And that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
The Spirit of God is supposed to be inside of you. That's why we read over there, when the Spirit comes back, he says it's empty. Why? Because you're ungodly. Read on.
If any man defile the temple of God.
How do you defile the temple of God? By doing things your way and not follow what God has to say. Read on.
Him shall God destroy.
So there's instructions to prevent your destruction. Everything is spiritual, and the world is not teaching us that. You're supposed to learn that in a place of learning. That's why we say we're not a church, we're a school. Our job is to take you through the Bible and build up your spirit spiritually for what's going to take place. Go back to who he was, walking through dry places, finding rest and finding none.
Matthew chapter 12, verse 43. When the unclean spirit is going out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none.
That spirit always tries to find another body to get into. Read on.
Then he said, I will return unto my house from whence I came up. And when he is come, he findeth it empty.
Because the Spirit of God is not in you. That's your protection against other evil spirits. Read on.
Swept and garnished. Then goeth he and taketh with himself 7 other spirits.
So when you first had an evil spirit, it could have just been violence. You got some people that they can't control their temper. Then they learn about God and they control their temper. Then they start following God, and that temper demon comes back. But he brings another demon that's a liar, another demon that's a thief, another demon that's homosexual, another demon that's a pedophile, another demon that has suicidal thoughts. So when the demon comes back, he says he brings 7 more demons with him. Read it again, reader.
Then goeth he and taketh with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself. And they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first.
I've seen that with my own eyes. But people, they got worse because they didn't listen. They didn't follow what the scriptures say. Their mental illness can progress worse. Read on.
Even so shall it be also unto this wicked generation.
The same thing is going to happen. Where that wicked generation? When God sent the flood in the beginning of the Bible, we were nowhere as bad at that time as we are now. The things we're doing now is nothing like what they was doing back when God sent that flood. Go back to the guy after he
As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man.
when they said he was dead.
Mark chapter 9, verse 28. And when he was coming to the house, his disciples asked him privately, why could not we cast him out? And he said unto them, this kind can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting.
So before you go to deal with those demons, you better make sure you fast and you pray according to what God got to say. Read on.
And they departed thence and passed through Galilee. And he would not that any man should know it. For he taught his disciples and said unto them, the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of men, and they shall kill him. And after that he is killed, he shall rise the 3rd day.
Because Christ had to die to bring the nation of Israel into a new covenant. The people didn't believe it, even the disciples with him. That's why he told John, you're going to deny me 3 times. He was like, no, I'm not. He said, before the cock crows, you're going to deny me not once, not twice, but 3 times. So a lot of times, the things that we read in the Bible, we don't believe it until we experience it.
That's right.
There's a lot of things written that we don't understand. But as you get older, as you grow, as you learn, as you read, and you start to look at the world through God's eyes and not man's lies, that's how you rise. That's how you change. Like Christ told Nicodemus, John chapter 3, verse 1.
John chapter 3, verse 1. There was a man of the Pharisee named Nicodemus, a ruler of the Jews. The same came to Jesus by night and said unto him, Rabbi, we know that thou art a teacher come from God. For no man can do these miracles that thou doest, except God be with him.
Because the Pharisees were against Christ. That's why Nicodemus.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
He acknowledged that that was a man of God. The leaders of the church was telling them, you're doing this by the spirit of the devil. So that's why Christ said, how can faith cast out faith? That's so stupid. But Nicodemus was a believer. Look what Christ told Nicodemus.
Verse 3, Jesus answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God.
So that's what the teachings are for. When you read the Bible, you're supposed to become a new person. You have to be born again. There's supposed to be a conversion of your soul to fulfill God's goal. The Bible is supposed to make you become born again so you can become God's friend. Not remain the same way you are. Saying hallelujah, praise the Lord. I'm washed in the blood of Jesus. Read on.
Verse 4, Nicodemus said unto him, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb?
So you thought it was a physical birth. No, that's what I told y'all at the beginning of our dialogue. Your spirit has to change. You have to look at your life like it's strange, and your spirit has to change and be accordance with the word that you heard. Okay? The Bible. You can get that, what is it, Psalms 19, verse 7.
Psalm chapter 19, verse 7. The law of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul.
There's supposed to be a conversion of your soul. Read on.
The testimony of the Lord is sure.
That's why I'm only giving you God's testimony. I will never tell you what I feel or what I think. I don't give my opinion. I'm nothing. I'm nobody. I'm just a man like the rest of the men here on this earth. So I give you the testimony of the Lord and the laws of the Lord. Why? Read on.
Making wise the simple.
Because before we were simple, and God's word makes us wise. It brings forth a conversion of the soul. And we fulfill his goal. That's why he said, put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. This word is like a military defense against spiritual evil. So once you learn what God got to say and you do things his way, you'll be able to stand in judgment day. So don't listen to men. The Bible tells you, Jeremiah 17, verse 5, reader.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 5. Thus said the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man.
So I don't trust no man unless they come in with the words of God. Because God says what?
Thus said the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man.
Read on.
And maketh flesh his arm.
The fleshly arms of the servant. Okay? The spiritual arm of God is what created you. Okay? The spiritual arm of God created you, and he's not the one that hated you. It's men that hate you. God is love. He didn't have to make us. He didn't have to bring us into this world. He did it out of love. He embodies what love is. But at the same time, there's a balance to him. He cannot let things go unchecked. If he leaves it up to man, they will destroy his earth. That's why I said before, the Bible predicts the rise and fall of empires, starting with the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks, then Rome, which put Christ on the cross and killed him. Then Rome fell in 193 AD, and it rose up in the 14th century. Then you had the Catholic Church, and all religions came out of that Catholic Church. Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Okay, so a lot of the belief systems you're following, the mother of them, the mother of harlots, as it says in Revelation chapter 17, is that Pope in Catholicism. They're not following what this Bible says. They're not teaching as it is written. Y'all trusting in men. And God says, what? Bring it again.
Thus saith the Lord. Cursed be the man that trusteth in man.
So don't trust no man unless he's guiding you according to God's plan. Read on.
And make it flesh his arm.
Okay, don't trust in the fleshly arms of man. Trust in the spiritual arm of God, of God to be your guide. Read on.
And whose heart departed from the Lord.
Man's heart have departed from the Lord. This ministry is to bring you back on board with the Lord. Okay? Where were we before we came?
John 3.
Yes, John chapter 3, verse 3. Read it again.
John chapter 3, verse 3. Jesus answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God.
Because God says he's going to create new heavens and a new earth. So you have to define your worth to come into those new heavens and that new earth. America's going to be destroyed. America's Babylon in the Bible, the last book of the Bible, leads to the place abundant and riches that sitteth upon many waters, being burned by fire. A nuclear war is coming. That's why you see the tension in the Middle East. That's why you see in America, all the politicians here are taking the taxpayer dollars to support a foreign nation. That's biblical. They got all these politicians in their pocket. We just got a new mayor in New York. The last mayor, he's leaving office, Mayor Adams, he's signing legislation to benefit Israel. He visited Israel. And it was like, yo, you the mayor of New York. Why all of y'all got your legions over there? The only way you will know the answer is in the Bible. Why there's so much focus? Why is there war on the Gaza Strip? And people are saying they're committing a genocide. Read on.
Verse 4. Nicodemus said unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God.
What's the water? The knowledge. The water is the knowledge. Get John chapter 15, verse 3. I'm going to explain to you how you're getting baptized right now. John 15, verse 3. Read it.
John chapter 15, verse 3. Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you.
God wants you to have a good conscience towards him. What John the Baptist did, giving people the water, was symbolic to what Christ was going to do. I'm going to prove it to you. John chapter 1.
You're welcome, dear. Travel safe today.
3 verse 25. When they questioned John about dipping people in water, listen to what John said. Christ said you get clean when his words are spoken to you. John was dipping people in water, symbolic to what Christ would do when he got here. John is going to explain that. If you question him about him dipping people in water, read it.
John chapter 3, verse 25. Then there arose a question between some of John's disciples and the Jews about purifying.
Because John's ministry was separate from Jesus Christ. And they started questioning him because Christ's ministry just started. Ask him,
and said unto him, Rabbi, he that was with thee beyond Jordan.
Who was with him in Jordan? Christ. He had just baptized him. Read on.
To whom thou bearest witness.
He bare witness that this was the Son of God. He said, I saw heavens open up and the Holy Spirit descending on him like a dove. Read on.
Behold, the same baptizing, and all men come to him.
He said, everybody's going to this guy now. What's going on? You've been dipping people in water and telling people to repent. What did Christ say? What did John the Baptist say? Read on.
John answered and said, a man can receive nothing except it be given him from heaven.
Okay, and he had already told them that Christ was heaven sent. Let's get that. John chapter 1, verse 29.
John chapter 1, verse 29. The next day, John seeth Jesus coming unto him, and said, Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world.
So as soon as he saw John saw Christ. He said, he is going to take away the sins of the world. Not dipping you in water. That was symbolic to what Christ was going to do. Read on.
This is he of whom I said, After me cometh a man.
What?
After me cometh a man.
He was telling the wife, dipping people in water, wait for the man that's coming after me. Read on.
Which is preferred for me.
Because his ministry is preferred over dipping people in water. Read on.
For he was before me.
He was before from the foundation of the world. God's plan was to save man through his son dying on a cross and us believing on him and listening to the word that we heard. Okay, so John told him. You can explain that. Go back to John chapter 3, verse 25. When he starts questioning him. What's up with this new guy? Everybody's following him.
John chapter 3, verse 25. Then there arose a question between some of John's disciples and the Jews about purifying. And they came unto John and said unto him, Rabbi, he that was with thee beyond Jordan, to whom thou bearest witness, behold, the same baptizeth, and all men come to him.
Because remember, Christ wasn't telling people who he was. He said, you need to believe on me. Okay? So they was like, yo, why everybody's going to him? You been dipping people in water. Read on.
John answered and said, a man can receive nothing except it be given him from heaven.
Watch this.
Ye yourselves bear me witness that I said, I am not the Christ.
He said, didn't I tell you I'm not Christ written up in the scriptures? Because Christ is written in the Old Testament. In Genesis, they called him Philo. They knew that a Messiah was coming. So he said, look, I told y'all, I'm not him. Read on.
But that I am sent before him.
I was just sent to pave the way for him. Read on.
He that hath the bride is the bridegroom.
Because the relationship between Christ and the Israelites was like a marriage. Christ was the groom, the Israelites were the bride. Read on.
But the friend of the bridegroom, which standeth and heareth him, rejoiceth greatly because of the bridegroom's voice.
Because of the bridegroom what?
Voice.
Because Christ was not dipping people in water. He was speaking the words to bring people to salvation, to repentance. So he said, I'm rejoicing because of his voice. Read on.
This my joy, therefore, is fulfilled.
John said, I've done my job. Watch this.
Verse 30. He must increase.
Christ's ministry was going to increase.
But I must decrease.
Eventually, water baptism came to a halt. It didn't stop abruptly. They didn't have email. They didn't have cell phone. They didn't have internet. They were moving from city to city, teaching about salvation in Jesus Christ. And the gospel was hindered when they nailed him to the cross. So that's why we read in Acts, he meets Paul on the road to Damascus and tells him, you're going to teach my name now. Okay, so the church don't explain to you that water baptism is not what saves you. Get that? Where it says water baptism is not what saves you. Okay, they don't tell you that. You see churches doing it now because a lot of churches, they make up bullshit in the pulpit. They're not teaching you the word of God. They're not going to walk you through it like I'm walking. Look how much time I've spent with you, and I'm giving you book, chapter, and verse. They teach you things they've rehearsed in their cemetery school. Read it, reader.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 20. Which sometime were disobedient.
Read what it goes
verse 19. By which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison, which sometime were disobedient.
At what time they were disobedient? Read on.
When once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was a preparing, wherein few, that is, 8 souls were saved by water.
Watch this.
The like figure whereunto even baptism doth also now save us. Not the putting away of the filth of the flesh.
Not the water baptism, because that's what you do. You get wet with your flesh. Read on.
But the answer of a good conscience toward God.
So that's why I'm taking you meticulously to the scriptures to change your conscience. That's why Christ said in John chapter 15, verse 3, one more time.
John chapter 15, verse 3. Now ye are clean through the word which I have spoken unto you.
That's how you get clean. That's how your soul gets cleansed. When the words of Christ are being spoken to you. Okay? Because people call themselves a Christian, but they're not following Christ. That's why Christ born in Matthew chapter 24, verse 4.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you.
There's going to be a lot of deception in the future, Christ said. Why?
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ.
Saying that they're a believer in Christ. I'm a born again Savior. Christian, I'm saved. Read on.
And shall deceive many.
It's all lies. Most people that you meet that's calling themselves Christian, they're fake. So Christ warned after he died, people will use his name in lies. And it's going to be deception. So learning the Bible is for your protection. You don't get caught up in the deception. 2 Timothy 2, verse 15, reader.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God.
That's why I told you we're a school, not a church. You come around me, you're going to study. I give the little kids a quiz. Okay? The people that come around, you're going to learn. If you don't want to learn, I don't want you around. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to prepare you for the great day of judgment. Okay? That's what John the Baptist was saying. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. That's what Christ is saying. Repent. Okay, I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to guide you till the end. Because eventually you're going to have to stand before your maker. So, again, what I showed you, this church is called Baptist Church, and everybody wants to go there to be dipped in water. That's not what's going to save you. Okay, it's what God gave you. He sent his son to die for you to believe on him, to become one with him. That's how you get saved. Okay, how old are you now? Okay, and you're 34 years on earth. Have you seen anybody that's been dipped in water and now you can say, hey, that person is a person of God? Me either. And I'm almost 60. My mother baptized me and all my brothers and sisters, and we was all wicked. And she was wicked. So I don't know nobody that was dipped in. I changed the words of God that was spoken.
Yo, hey, wow, you crazy, son. He said, I was wicked.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, yo, man, who putting the thumbs down, man? What's wrong with that? I'm just revealing the truth. Trans women are men. Somebody put the thumbs down. Are you putting the X now? You must be a trans. I'm not here to judge, but I'm just, you know.
You shut the fuck up. How about that? You know we showed decorum in this forum, right?
Wait, say it again?
We showed decorum in this forum.
All right, that's that. And then I'm just making sure I'm not bothering the stage with this PTR. I changed it.
If you just interrupt like that, I'm speaking to the sister. She's her first time in the room, and she's hearing us teach.
No, hear me out, right? I apologize, but what I did, all I did was react and I laughed, and nobody was speaking.
But that's not fair to her.
No, but nobody. It was silent.
She didn't come here to be, and she's asking serious questions.
I didn't do nothing wrong, brother. All I did was laugh.
She did. She's been here for over an hour and change, asking serious questions, and you're turning her attention to laughter.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. So basically, John the Baptist was dipping people and baptizing people, but Jesus and what symbolically, and then when Jesus came, it's like, well, I came to save y'all. Well, you can stop what you're doing. I just googled how did John the Baptist die? You know, so correct. So I'm just doing my research while you're talking, and yeah, this is not my first time listening to it, but I'm still listening.
I never spoke to you before. I usually remember the people I speak to. Now I'm going to prove to you what I said about John's baptism is not what saves you, because there's people who come in here and argue. Okay, so.
But question, does it make it wrong though if you still follow what John the Baptist did?
John the Baptist said that Christ is preferred before him. God said, "This is my son, hear ye him." So yes, I respect what John the Baptist did, but I'm doing what's necessary for salvation. Okay?
But does it make it wrong if people as of today still do it as symbolic?
I mean, it's not doing nothing for you, sis. That's the point. A lot of times we do things just because it makes us feel good. I don't want to do things just because it makes me. I got a short time on this earth. I value every single day that I wake up, and I don't play with people's time. Okay? Now I'm going to give you an example to show you that John the Baptist's baptism of different people in water is there's something greater. Acts chapter 19, verse 1, reader.
Acts chapter 19, verse 1. And it came to pass that while Apollos was at Corinth, Paul, having passed through the upper coast, came to Ephesus, and finding certain disciples, he said unto them, "Have ye received the Holy Ghost since you believe?"
Because your spirit is supposed to become holy when you become a believer. Read on.
And they said unto him, "We have not so much as heard whether there be any Holy Ghost."
We don't even know if there is one. We ain't even heard about it. Look what Paul asked.
And he said unto them, "Unto what then were ye baptized?"
How were you baptized? Christ baptized in the word.
You. What's up?
Are you at the house?
Not yet, no.
Oh my God.
Why, what's up? All right.
Black people turned it into a religion. I'll bet the gospel. God didn't tell you to do that. God didn't tell you to take John the Baptist baptism and say, "I go to a Baptist church." Okay, that's why I took you before to Isaiah chapter 30, verse 8. Read it, reader. This is the problem.
Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 8. Now go, write it before them in a table, and note it in a book, that it may be for the time to come forever and ever.
God said, I wanted this documented forever because people forget. Read on.
That this is a rebellious people.
Instructions were given to the people and they rebel against it. It's the same thing now. We telling people and showing them a book, chapter, and verse, and they want to follow things that people rehearse. They only want to get dipped in the water because they see other people doing it. And the Bible tells you that's not what saves you. That's rebellion. Okay? We get that every time in this room. We're telling them, Christ said, now you are clean through the words that you have spoken, that I've spoken unto you. We read in Peter, water baptism is not what saves you. It's a good conscience with God. They still say, well, I still want to do it anyway. That's rebellion. That's rebellion. That's a denial of following the instructions of Christ. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1, reader. The church was reformed under Christ. Paul was calling us to the ministry to reform the church based on the power that he had, the government. Read it.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ.
He never told you to go. When he met those men, he's like, what did you get baptized with? They said, John. He said, John said to follow the person that will come after him. Now, if you want to get dipped in water, I'm not telling you to sin. You could go and do it, okay? But you're supposed to follow the person that was preferred after him, which is Christ. So that's why Paul says this. Read it.
Now I praise you, brother, that ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances as I deliver them to you.
Because the church was reformed under the teaching of Jesus Christ. Read on.
But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ. And the head of...
Sorry, I wanted the first verse.
Verse 1. Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ.
He didn't tell those men that what John the Baptist did was enough. Okay, he said, you follow me the same way, because Paul did not believe on Jesus Christ. But when Christ came back to him after his resurrection and knocked him down on the road to Damascus, he now started to teach about salvation in Jesus Christ. He didn't say, go get dipped in water. So I don't want you to leave here, or you ask me and I'm going to make you think that that's necessary for your salvation.
So yeah, so if John the Baptist was sent by Jesus and I'm supposed to follow Jesus, like if
Morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm well, thank you.
And I'm following Jesus, why wouldn't I want to be dipped in water like Jesus? Because I'm supposed to follow what Jesus did. But I understand what you're saying, to follow the word.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, when John met Jesus, he said, I have need to be baptized with you. Can we get that real quick? Reader?
Yeah, could we run that?
Christ had to tell him, just do it. This stuff was so for now. But he said, I have need to be baptized with you. I'm paraphrasing it. John did not want to do it. He was arguing with Christ.
Right. But Jesus let him do it. Why do you think Jesus let him do it?
Because it was already written in the scripture that it was going to happen. He's going to tell you why here.
Okay, so Matthew chapter. Continue to follow because Jesus allowed it to happen.
No, when you read the ministry, that has nothing to do with you. That's an account of what those people experienced there. John told you, he must increase, but I must decrease. John didn't keep dipping people in water. I don't think he was paying attention. Let's go back to it again. John chapter 3, verse 25, before we read this.
John chapter 3, verse 25. Then there arose a question between some of John's disciples and the Jews about purifying. And they came unto John and said unto him, Rabbi, he that was with thee beyond Jordan, to whom thou bearest witness, behold, the same baptize him, and all men come to him.
He said, there's a new guy that you bear witness to, and everybody's going to him. Read on.
John answered and said, a man can receive nothing except to be given him from heaven.
Read on.
Ye yourselves bear me witness that I said, I am not the Christ.
That right there should be enough for you. He said, I told you, I'm not Christ. Meaning, I'm not the one that can save you. That should be enough for you right there. And he takes it further. Read on.
But that I am sent before him.
I was just sent before his ministry started to prepare you for what was going to take place next. Read on.
He that hath the bride is the bridegroom.
Because the relationship between Jesus Christ marriage union. The strongest bond on earth is husband and wife. This is for life. Your children grow up and they leave you. They move on with their life.
So John the Baptist was an Israelite?
Yes, he was an Israelite. All the people that you read about that God dealt with, they were of the nation of Israel. That's what it means to be an Israelite. Is not something you join, it's something you are. It is a bloodline. Read on.
But the friend of the bridegroom, which standeth and heareth him, rejoiceth greatly because of the bridegroom's voice.
Because now we're hearing what Christ got to say, so we can do things the right way. Read on.
This my joy, therefore, is fulfilled.
I've done my job. Read on.
He must increase.
What Christ is doing, what we have to follow. He's telling you what he's doing is going to increase. Read on.
But I must decrease.
Eventually, it's going to stop. There will be no more water baptism. The only reason why you're doing it is because of the disobedience of the church today. The church is not supposed to be teaching about salvation in Jesus Christ. If the churches would have been respectful to the word and believe what they heard, they will be doing the increase of the ministry of Jesus Christ, not putting people in water. Go to John chapter 4, verse 1.
John chapter 4, verse 1. When therefore the Lord knew how the Pharisees had heard that Jesus made and baptized more disciples than John.
Christ's ministry was picking up. He had more followers than John. Read on.
Though Jesus himself baptized not.
Christ didn't hit nobody in water. Read on.
But his disciples.
And they learned that from John. So remember what it said. He must increase and I must decrease. John's disciples started following Christ. And that's why Christ, John the Baptist, when they trusted him, he said, he is going to increase. Follow him. I told you I'm not Christ. I eventually going to decrease. What happened with John? He was thrown in prison for rebuking Herod, for going after his brother's wife, and they cut his head off. So, as I said before, it's not a sin if you want to do it, but it's not according to what's written in the scriptures. You're just doing it because you feel that way, and you're not obeying what the scriptures say.
So if I'm
Well, Father, that's a good question. That's a good
because
question.
if my bloodline is of one of like okay Japheth, or if my bloodline is of Ham, which is the other sons of Noah, right? Because Noah, Seth, and then Abraham, then Isaac, then Jacob, then the 12 tribes. Like if my bloodline is not of the Israelites, then where do I go?
I had a person ask me, if I'm not an Israelite, what should I do? You still got to repent because you're still going to be judged. Okay? If you're not, this is what I say to everybody. I speak to Buddhists, I speak to Muslims, I speak to people of all faiths that they listen and they say, you're right. When they go back and they examine what I said, they say, you're right, but I'm not an Israelite. Okay? I'm not an Israelite. Eventually, Christ says he is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. So even if you're not an Israelite, it's in your best interest to comply before you die. Because the Bible says there's going to be a great day of judgment. There was a lot of people in the Bible, like when you read about Ruth. She said, I'm going to make your God my God. I don't want nothing to do with my people. Okay? She was a Moabite. And she denounced her God and denounced her people. She's not the only one. Okay? Because they realized, when you read about Rahab the harlot, she knew destruction was coming to her city. She said, I hope you guys tell your people, deal with your people not to destroy my family. And they spared her. So I told everybody who's not an Israelite, the best thing for you to do is comply before you die. Eventually, the whole world is going to bow down to the Israelites. Let's prove that. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1.
Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1. The word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem.
Because the Israelites were split into two kingdoms. Judah is short, Jew is short of Judah. That's the tribe that Christ came from. Okay? Jerusalem is a piece of the royal place. Under King Solomon, they split into two kingdoms. You had the northern and the southern kingdom. So they would say the Jews and they would say Israel. Israel went off into idolatry. The Jews were still in the temple when Christ was teaching. That's why it says he came to his own and his own received them not. That was the kingdom of Judah. Okay? Read on.
Verse 2. And it shall come to pass in the last days.
Because in the last days,
the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established.
The Lord uses the word mountain synonymous with government. That's why there's law here. Government is established
in the top of the mountains.
But God's mountain, his government is going to be established above everybody else's government. You know?
It shall be exalted above the hills.
And shall be exalted above the hills. God's way is going to
bro.
the majority.
And all nations shall go unto it.
Everybody's going to see the rise of the Israelites. Eventually, all you stupid religions, we're going to make it clear that some of them are dumb. I'm not going to disrespect. I'm saying
and many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways.
That's the only way you're going to get saved, is that you learn of God's ways and how to behave. Read on.
And we will walk in his paths.
Because everybody's doing their own thing right now, especially in the church. You need to define your word. Your job is not here to be a friend. I don't care what you think about me. Okay, my job is to guide you to the end, not become your friend. Read on.
For out of Zion shall go forth the law.
The law is going to spread everywhere. It's going to dominate. Read on.
And the word of the Lord returns. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people.
Whoever don't want to listen is going to get rebuked. I don't care what nation you are. I don't care what country you are. Not going to be no more Islam. Not going to be no more Buddha. Not going to be no more Hindu. Not going to be no more Midraism. Not going to be no more Egyptology. Everything is going to get shut down when God's people come in town. Read on.
And they shall beat their swords into plowshares.
No more wars. The God's final plan for the earth is to bring peace. Read on.
And their spears into flaming hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore.
Because why would a man build a bomb that when it hits, it kills millions of people on impact? That's what the devil. How can I just shoot a missile on another nation and not know and not care and sleep in my bed, knowing that I just killed thousands of women and thousands of children and people who have nothing to do with the war? Demons run this earth. Demons are in government. The rich people on this earth, they're evil. They don't care about people. So that's why God says in Isaiah chapter 13, verse 12.
Isaiah chapter 13, verse 12.
Watch this, watch this, watch this.
I will make a man more precious than fine gold.
We gotta make new men. That's why the Bible speaks of being born again. Because the people right now, they're not right in God's sight. So God said, I gotta do what?
I will make a man more precious than fine gold.
Read on.
Even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir.
Look what happens after he makes these new men. Read on.
Therefore, and I will see the heavens place in the wrath of the Lord of hosts.
Because the God of this Bible is angry. All that nonsense they telling you in the church, God is good all the time. Well, that's a damn lie. The God of this Bible is angry, and great judgment is coming to this earth. So you gotta know your worth. So it's not okay, even if you're not, even if you don't think you're an Israelite. Okay? God is going to judge the people on this earth. Everything that was written in the Bible before it happened. The rise and fall of every empire. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks. Rome fell in 193. Rose up in the 14th century. And then all these religions were birthed, and then America is an extension of ancient Rome. That's why y'all setting up a Christmas tree in your house for December 25th. That's a pagan holiday, an ancient Babylonian custom that God said not to do in Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. Who pagan you? America. Read it.
Jeremiah chapter 10, verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen.
America dug into ancient archaeology and dug up heathenistic practice. And God says, what?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Read on.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Because God explained to you the signs of heaven. But what happened? Read on.
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Because God wasn't dealing with the heathen. So they made things up like this. Read on.
For the customs of the people are vain.
They made up vain customs, things that have no profit in God's eyes. Read on.
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
When does everybody bring a tree into their house? Christmas time. And y'all not doing the actual wood one. A lot of y'all just go to Walmart and buy it. Or whatever store. You got a plastic one. But he's telling you about a time when the heathen brought trees into their house. Read on.
The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
And you have to chop it down. Read on.
They deck it with silver and with gold.
They even made a song about it. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Where do you think they got it from? It's an ancient Babylonian custom to bring a tree in your house at a certain time of year. Ain't nothing on December 25th they got to do with Jesus Christ. That's the pagan winter solstice day. It was a day of sun worship. So they took that day and told you it's for the Son of God, but they were worshiping the sun in the sky. You didn't think it up. You just doing it because it makes you doing what makes us feel good and start adhering to the teaching of our Lord and our Savior, who laid down his life to save your life.
So when was Jesus born?
In the springtime.
In the springtime.
He was born in the springtime.
And that's when he died too?
Yeah, on the Passover, that's the springtime.
Because that would kind of make sense because you die close to your birthday. So, yep.
Right. And women can come in this room and they get mad when I show them this. And they say, oh, well, it's for the kids. I'm not going to take it away from the kids. Okay. What do they teach the kids that brings them gifts at Christmas time? Who they say?
Santa.
Okay. You think it's a coincidence that Santa, S-A-N-T-A, and Satan, S-A-T-A-N, have the exact same letters in their name? You think that's a coincidence? Somebody sat down and thought it out. And you telling your kids that a man named Santa Claus is going to come down a chimney with fire in a red costume, where the Bible says that the red dragon is going to banish the fire. Y'all don't even, that's why I said, if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book. That's the last place to look.
So what the Bible say all Saint Nick is?
That's all made up. That's all made up.
Okay.
The first name for him was Krampus. It was a demon. And they made it into something magical. Okay, so our people, and then you're going to follow Easter later on. That's a fertility god called Ashtoreth or Ishtar. Bunny rabbits don't lay eggs. Y'all go to church on Easter Sunday, and y'all just follow a lot of made-up foolishness. That's the ancient Babylonian custom. Bringing a tree into your house, the Israelites were in captivity. We read in Jeremiah and Babylon. God was He'll show it to you people that go to church, and you'll be like, well, I'm doing it for a different reason. Making things up. It's the same thing with the baptism. Y'all making things up. Y'all don't want to listen to what God got to say. You want to do things your own way. And that's why God said y'all are rebellious people. So that will not hear the word of the Lord. So you got to be mindful. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 2, reader.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 2. Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you.
That's the beginning of the Bible. Now let's go to the last book. Revelation 22, verse 18, reader.
Revelations 22 and verse 18. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in the book.
You're going to be punished for making things up. Okay, so don't take my word. You go back and you study and see who's making things up. I ain't asking y'all for no money. I do this every single day. The only day I'm not on this app is Saturday, and that's because I'm in our place of worship teaching people there. We do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free. Ain't no cash out on my picture asking for money. Okay, so all we're here to do is the Malachi chapter 2, verse 7 says,
Malachi chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge.
You listening to a priest, a pastor, a minister, a preacher? What does God say?
For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth.
That's all you need to know. What's right and wrong according to God. Read on.
For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
I'm not here to tell you everything's going to be all right. Punch your neighbor and say God is good all the time. That's the feel-good religion. Read on.
But ye are departed out of the way.
Most of the people teaching the Bible have departed out of the way, and they're not teaching what God said to say. Read on.
Ye have caused many to stumble at the law.
Why? Because they teach it for their own benefit, their own profit. Moderators there? Moderator? Can't you there? This guy's in trouble. Reader, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I need your help for a minute.
Yes, sir.
You know what you are now?
A moderator.
Okay, just hold this down for a minute. I gotta go inside of this place. Just give me a minute, all right?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay. See if you can get another reader up real quick.
Isaiah, I had asked him what you're reading from.
Oh, I'm reading from the Bible. I read Malachi 2 and 7, the King James Version Bible.
Oh, you're reading from the King James.
Yes, ma'am. King James Version Bible. It was Malachi chapter 2 and verse 7. Did you have anything on the topic? I know I just got on. Is the teaching of grace alone harmful, saved by grace? You got anything on that topic? How you pronounce your name? Donna?
I was named after
Okay. Dion, do you have anything on the topic?
Is teaching grace alone harmful? Is what God's grace?
God's grace, like just saying that you can live by grace, and basically you can do, as long as you got grace, you good.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
I said, that God is a just God.
This way or to that way?
So it's, I mean, you're saved by His grace. I think that's why preachers say God is good all the time, because they know they did some messed up stuff when God shouldn't have
Okay, ma'am.
spared them.
You have a good day.
Yeah. So I think that's why they say God is good all the time. However, you cannot live on that teaching alone. Because there's more to it than that.
Right. It's the thing that AUR was giving out is how the pastors, they should teach knowledge and teach the law, but the pastors not doing that. They just teaching what they taught from our oppressors. That's all that's going on, and then nobody is just like, we don't even know. Like growing up, we didn't even know the definition of grace is in the Bible.
So I went to Catholic school throughout my life, right? So I always challenge the teacher. Right? I always ask questions, which most of my questions was answered by AY and you. But one thing I noticed about their teaching is that they, like, okay, so there's 365 days. There's a calendar of different holidays. And I always wonder, why are we skipping over certain books? Why are we only reading from certain books throughout the year? And it's the same ones all the time. So that's one thing I wanted to know that they really couldn't answer for me. I had to seek the answers for myself.
What answer did you get?
Just the fact that they're following the calendar and the holidays. When Christ died, when Christ was born. So all the other books, like the book of Hagar, Amos, they mainly focus on the Old Testament more than the New Testament. So yeah, like I didn't get a true answer, but like I said, they just go on the calendar cycle. So that's why it seemed like they were reading the same books all the time, because it's like a schedule thing. And I'm like, there has to be more to it in this Bible than what y'all are preaching.
Okay, understood. Excuse me. I'm gonna read one verse to show you what, because do you know what grace is before I read it? And what is grace according to God? Do you believe in the Bible? Do you read the Bible?
I read it here and there. But when I do read it, I have to ask for guidance.
Okay.
I have to ask for guidance because, like I was saying in the chat, you got to know who is who comes from who, where are they coming from, and it's a lot. And it's a lot that needs to be broken down so you can really understand.
Yes, sir.
My bad, man. I fell asleep.
All right. You all right? I'm right with you. I'm tired too.
I couldn't do it. My head is big.
That sleep helped it.
I was trying.
Did you dream?
Yeah, I dreamed.
What did you dream? Because usually, if I'm on an app and y'all are talking and I fall asleep, I will literally dream about what y'all are talking about.
I don't remember. I don't want to lie to you. Yeah, I just don't know what it was. Well, I knew I was tired. Did people talking? I couldn't do nothing about it.
Yeah, A1 had made me the moderator. I just been speaking to Dinah. Just trying to get. Dion, my bad. Dion. My bad. Excuse me, sis.
He used to Aunt Dion Warwick.
Right, right. Oh, you from Jersey. Okay.
Yeah. Dion, like Deion Sanders, but with an extra.
Gotcha, sis. Gotcha. I was just trying to tell her what grace is in the Bible. She really didn't understand it.
I heard us.
Can I say what my example of grace is and tell me?
No. Who talking?
That's Julianne.
No. Hold on a second. I'm not talking about that right now. Just hold on. She said something. I want to actually woke me up. It's not something you said. What was it? What you just said? You asked him. What did she ask you?
Who, me?
Yes.
What did I ask you?
No. I was talking to your brother. You said something about somebody following.
I asked you if
No, before that. Like follow or guide you or something like that.
Okay. So he asked me if I do read the Bible, and I said I do. But before I read it, I have to ask for guidance because there's a lot of people that I don't know who's related to who, where they come from. So it makes it confusing to understand and follow when I do read the Bible. Sorry? So I have to pray and ask for guidance so I understand who the story is talking about, where they come from, who they're related to, because there is a lot of people in the Bible. So it could say, I'm not like book chapter verse. It could say something about not Abraham. Right. So it could say something about Abraham. And then he said he walked into the land of this, right? So you got to know where he's going, who he's going to see. So that's why I have to pray and ask for guidance because sometimes I get confused on who's related to who. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what he asked me if I read the Bible.
Hello?
You there? Excuse me, you there, King?
Yeah. Give me that's a good question. So let's start here. Number one, you have to give me Psalm 11.
The fuck? Look your ass up.
Psalms 111 and verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments.
Read it again.
The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Stop. You believe in God, sis?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The fear of the Lord is the beginning. That's the beginning of wisdom. Right? Knowing that
hey, yo, wake up.
Take you out at any moment, or put you in any situation at any moment. It's scary, and
That's not what,
Psalms 119
is standing in awe of your powerlessness. Here's how.
Psalms 119 and 120. My flesh trembleth for the fear of thee. I am afraid of thy judgments.
You heard that, sis? My flesh trembled because I'm afraid of. Read it again.
My flesh trembleth for the fear of thee, and I am afraid of thy judgments.
Right, because the God that you're supposed to be afraid of can jack you up.
Right. So I'm not afraid of a physical death. I'm afraid of the spiritual death.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
The one where, you know, soul falls
Yes.
down. Right.
Yes. Like, yeah. But even before that, he can jack you up. You know. But yes, you're absolutely right. That's good.
Right, because don't it tell you in the Bible to not be scared of death itself, right? Somewhere, I don't know.
Yeah. Christ talked about that. You know. And now, when he said don't be scared of death, he's talking about it's true. Like they gonna kill us because what we believe in who we are, and he tell us not to be scared of what they can do to the body, but be yet scared of what. Let's get it, for. I'm still trying to wake up. Let's get it for. You know, when Christ said,
Yes. Matthew chapter 10 and verse 28. And fear not them which kill the body. Matthew 10 and 28.
25.
Verse 25. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his
Shalom, people. Calling it a day. You all have a great day. Enjoy your weekend. Happy Sabbath to all my Israelite brethren. Remembering that Israelite is something you are, not something you join or become. You're either born the children of Israel or you're not. So that aside, shalom, happy Sabbath. And yeah, I'll see you back out here after the Sabbath. You all have a great day. Don't work too hard. Do your job. Shalom.